Chapter 39:21. Logically speaking, since Yang Kai was injured by Madame Lan, he would not be able to keep the three-legged crow's body. There was a high possibility that Madame Lan had already gotten it. However, it was not good to ask. Madame Lan would definitely not tell them. If they asked Yang Kai, they were afraid that Yang Kai would misunderstand. Wei Kei shook his head and said with a wry smile, "No matter who has the three-legged crow's body, it has nothing to do with the Great Moon Province." When the three-legged crow palace appeared, he realized that the matter of the sun star had become serious. He immediately ordered a group of disciples to return to the first inn and wait for orders. He also sent a message to the headquarters. He wanted to use all the forces of the Great Moon Province to get a share of the loot, but the appearance of the three-legged crow completely disrupted his plan. This kind of treasure was not something that the Great Moon Province was qualified to covet, and not any third-class force could participate in it. Even those second-class forces could not. Forcibly participating would only end in tragedy. Those who were qualified to fight for the three-legged crow's body were only those first-class forces and the blessed enclaves. Moreover, although the Great Moon Province did not gain much from the Sun Star this time, it was not a small amount either. They had obtained several portions of the true Sunfire, including one of the fifth-class flames. It was already a fruitful trip. As long as they could digest this time's harvest, the Great Moon Province would definitely have another fourth-class heaven-splitting expert. By then, the overall strength of the Great Moon Province would improve, and he and Tao Rongfang's hard work would not be in vain. By the way, martial uncles, Meng Hong suddenly seemed to remember something. He cupped his fists and said, "There's one more thing to report to you. When junior brother Yang returned to the first inn with injuries, I wanted to help him, but he stopped me. He even deliberately transmitted a voice message to us, telling us to pretend not to know him. Is junior brother Yang afraid of causing trouble for us?" Wei Kei heard this and raised his eyebrows. "He transmitted a voice message to you to pretend not to know him?" "Yes." Meng Hong nodded. Tao Rongfang pondered and said, "He can still think of this at that time. This boy is indeed meticulous. No wonder he can snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Meng Hong was puzzled. "Martial Uncle Tao, you mean," Tao Rongfang said. "Just as you guessed, Yang Kai must be afraid that you'll bring trouble to yourselves. So he asked you to pretend that you don't know each other. After all, he has made a big mess this time and offended many forces. If people find out that he has close ties with people from the Great Moon Province, the Great Moon Province will be in constant trouble. He's doing this for the sake of the Great Moon Province." Old Fang frowned. "But we came here with Brother Yang and stayed in the first inn for several months. Someone must have seen us with him before, so it's useless to pretend we don't know him now." Wei Kei said, "So the few of you shouldn't show yourselves in the near future, so as to avoid being targeted by people with ill intentions. As long as no one discovers you, there shouldn't be any problems." Old Fang and Dai, you looked at each other and nodded. "Understood." After talking for a while, Wei Kei asked the disciples to leave. When only he and Tao Rongfang were left in the room, he suddenly said, "What do you think, junior sister?" Tao Rongfang said, "That boy is bold and careful, and most importantly kind. He is a good seedling." Then she smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that he has no fate with the Great Moon Province." Wei Kei was silent for a long time before he sighed. "It seems that junior sister thinks the same as me." Yang Kai had caused so much trouble this time that the Great Moon Province was unable to provide him with a strong shelter. Therefore, the previous proposal of accepting him into the Great Moon Province was likely to fall through. It wasn't that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang didn't keep their words, but as heaven-opening realm masters, they had to consider the other disciples of the Great Moon Province. It didn't matter if they took Yang Kai in, but who could deal with the trouble that followed? At that time, the whole Great Moon Province would be in trouble. "He saved our lives." Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Kei leisurely. In that hall, if it weren't for Yang Kai's timely warning, she and Wei Kei might not have been able to survive until now. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, They couldn't do anything, which made Tao Rongfang very unhappy. Wei Kei blushed. Think of a way to compensate him. If possible, it's best to secretly help him escape to another large territory and conceal his identity. That's the only way. There's one more thing. What does Junior's sister think? Wei Kei asked. Tao Rongfang looked at him and said, "The Golden Crow's corpse." Wei Kei nodded. Tao Rongfang said, "I thought that the Golden Crow's corpse was most likely stolen by Madame Lan, but now it seems that it's not impossible that the corpse is in Yang Kai's hands." Wei Kei smiled. "Why do you say that?" Tao Rongfang looked at him reproachfully. "Big brother, are you testing me?" Wei Kei raised a hand. "We're just chatting. I want to know if Junior's sister thinks the same as me." Tao Rongfang said, "If the Golden Crow's corpse was really stolen by Madame Lan, then Yang Kai would be fine and wouldn't have to specially send a message to Minghong. But he still did, which means that he has some misgivings. His misgivings are none other than that his own troubles will implicate others, which also indirectly confirms the fact that the Golden Crow's corpse is in his hands. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Golden Crow's corpse has already been stolen by Madame Lan, and he's just being careful." Wei Kei smiled and said, "Junior's sister is indeed intelligent." Tao Rongfang rolled her eyes at him, a little flirtatious. "Big brother thinks so too?" Wei Kei nodded. "Yes, now even I don't know who has the Golden Crow's corpse. But no matter who has it, it has nothing to do with us." In the side room, the servant brought in some food and exchanged toasts with Yang Kai. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them were a little tipsy. Speaking of which, although Yang Kai had lived here for 4 months before, he had never asked the servant's name. He had always called him little second brother. Now that they were chatting, he knew the servant's name. The servant's name was Simple, surnamed Bai, and his first name was Chi. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. "Tell me, what do you want? Did the lady boss send you to find out my background?" Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he ate. Bai Chi chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled Yang Kai's cup, saying, "How could that be? If the lady boss really wanted to find out your background, why would she go through so much trouble? The first and doesn't have any information. Just ask around and she'll know where you come from. Then tell me where I come from." Yang Kai had an expression of disbelief. Bai Chi looked at him. "Do you really want to say it?" "Say it. Let's see what you have to say." Bai Chi put down the wine pot and sat up straight, saying, "Then I'll say it. My name is Yang Kai, and I'm at the peak of the Emperor realm. A year ago, I jumped out from an unknown world and was received by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Venerable Duan Hai. I entered the 7 Openings Land and worked as a servant in the Fire Spirit Land, taking care of the fruit trees for half a year. Later, the 7 Openings Land experienced an unforeseen event and powerful enemies invaded. During the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape. There were 3 people with me, 1 man and 2 women, Fong Biki, Daiyu, and Ah Sun. Am I right?" Yang Kai stared at him. "How many spies does the First have outside?" He was just a nobody, yet the First could find out so much about him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this force was. Bai Chi chuckled. "I also know that you've condensed the power of the 5 elements wood." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "What else?" "Also, on the Sun Star, you stole food from the tiger's mouth and played a bunch of heaven-opening realm cultivators." "Huh." Yang Kai forced a chuckle and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the First wasn't omniscient. At the very least, they hadn't inquired about his relationship with Old Man Su, nor did they know about the quality of his wood force. What they knew was only superficial information, but even so, it was enough to shock them. "Tell me, what happened on the Sun Star? How did you get the Golden Crow's corpse? Why don't you just ask the lady boss?" "Why are you asking me?" Yang Kai grumbled. Just the mention of the Golden Crow's corpse made him angry. If it weren't for the lady boss stopping him, he definitely would have returned to the first in unscathed. He wouldn't have had to suffer that palm strike. The lady boss has been in a bad mood these days. Wouldn't I be asking for a beating if I asked her? Bai Qi said bitterly. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to him. But after thinking about it, he said, "There's something I don't understand. If you can tell me, I can tell you about what happened on the Sun Star." Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at him warily. "What do you want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, it's not a secret. If it's a secret, you can choose not to tell me." Bai Qi nodded. "Then you can ask." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I clearly left Lady Boss far away, and I'm sure that even with her 6th-stage heaven splitting strength, she can't catch up to me. So why did she return to the first and one step ahead of me? Why is she waiting outside the first inn?" This was something he couldn't figure out after thinking about it for several days. Unless the lady boss also had something like the space spirit bead, there was no way to explain it. Bai Qi was amused. "Is that what you want to ask? You know the reason?" Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, slamming the table. "Were you chased to a corner at that time, so you wanted to come to the first inn to avoid the limelight? You thought that as long as you entered the first inn, no one would dare to do anything to you. So after leaving the lady boss behind, you went straight to the first inn?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. He did think so at that time. After all, he really had nowhere to go at that time, and the first inn was the only safe place. Ha 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 ha. Bai Qi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, wishing he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. As if feeling Yang Kai's coldness, Bai Qi restrained his smile with difficulty, took a sip of wine, and said, "Have you heard of the Qianquan escape method?" Qianquan escape method? Yang Kai frowned. "What's that?" He really hadn't heard of this thing, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, Yang Kai could also infer that the reason the lady boss returned to the first inn in advance and waited outside for him had a lot to do with this Qianquan escape method. Chapter 39:22. Bai Qi explained, "The 3,000 worlds are vast and spacious. Even if it's an upper-grade heaven splitter, it's not easy to rush from one place to another. It'll definitely take a lot of time, but how can a cultivator like us have so much time to squander? If we have the time to travel, we might as well study secret techniques and practice cultivation techniques. That's why there's a secret technique called the Qianquan escape technique. This secret technique has no other use except for traveling. For example, our first inn has the Qianquan escape seal, which has the lady boss's mark. As long as the lady boss is still in this large territory, no matter where she is, she can instantly return to the first inn with just a thought. This is the Qianquan escape technique." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "It's so magical." He thought to himself, "Isn't this the same effect as my space spirit bead?" Wherever the space spirit bead was located, he could go to the location of the space spirit bead with just a thought. It was similar to the Qianquan escape technique. It was the same principle as the space formation. However, in comparison, his space spirit bead was more convenient than the space formation, and it seemed to have its own advantages and disadvantages with the Qianquan escape technique. "It's just that magical." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "So, Madame Lan relied on the Qianquan escape technique to rush back to the first and before me." At this time he also understood. He thought his previous actions were brilliant, but in Madame Lan's eyes he was walking into a trap. He was very depressed. Fortunately, the golden crow's corpse was not taken away, or he would have vomited blood. "Also, I'll give you a piece of information for free." Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "In the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the Qianquan Palace. Every large territory has a Qianquan Palace, more or less. Some large territory has 4 or 5 Qianquan Palaces, and some only have 1. As long as you spend some heaven splitter pills and leave your aura in the Qianquan Palace, you can travel through these Qianquan Palaces at will. Space Array, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Bai Qi smiled and said, "That's right. However, there is a limit to the distance that can be teleported using the laws of space. The Qianquan escape technique is different. As long as your body can withstand it, you can instantly go to the Qianquan palace where you left your mark, no matter how far you are in the same territory." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "This is very convenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go and see it for myself." "Which faction does the Universal Temple belong to?" Bai Qi said, "It does not belong to any faction. The Heavenly Palace was jointly built by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands. Every heavenly palace is guarded by the disciples of those paradises, so it is absolutely not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all the paradises." Yang Kai was shocked. That universal temple was built by the joint efforts of all the blessed and blessed paradises? However, when he thought about it carefully, this was not surprising. No faction would be at ease in the hands of any faction, and no faction could control it alone. It was common sense for the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands to jointly control it. However, from what Bai Qi said, if he ran into trouble in the future, he could go to the Universal Temple to hide. "Now, can you tell me what happened on the Sun Star?" Since they had agreed before, Yang Kai naturally would not go back on his word. He immediately recounted his experiences on the Sun Star. Bai Qi was dazzled and amazed. He was not surprised that Yang Kai had been able to conceal himself under the noses of a group of heaven-opening realm masters. This kind of thing could be done as long as one had a suitable artifact. Instead, he was very interested in how Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of those heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai simply said that this king was proficient in the space principles and was especially skilled at escaping. In any case, this was not a secret. Previously, when he was being pursued by Madame Lan and the others, who knew how many times he had teleported. After chatting for a long time, Bai Qi said drunkenly, "That's all for today. I'm going back to work. Quite a few people have come to the first and recently, so you'd best be careful. They're probably all coming for you." Watching Bai Qi leave, Yang Kai wore a worried expression. Opening the wish pouch, Yang Kai took a look inside. The golden crow's corpse was still there. He had obtained this hot potato, but how to deal with it now was a troublesome matter. However, no matter what, this kind of good thing could definitely be sold for a good price. At the very least, he would be able to make up for the 2 destruction golden feathers he had lost. If there was no other way, he would go and exchange it for a 7th grade sun true gold. In any case, his original target was the 7th grade sun true gold. When the time came and he condensed the 5 elements fire attribute, no one would have any ideas about him anymore. Moreover, hiding in this room was not a solution. He could not hide here forever. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills, they would not last for long. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai got up, pushed open the door, and went straight downstairs. Going downstairs, Yang Kai looked around and saw that the lobby was very noisy. The original 7 or 8 tables had become more than a dozen, but the supply still could not meet the demand. The whole lobby could be said to be overcrowded. Bai Qi ran around with a few dishes in her hands. When she raised her head and saw Yang Kai, she was shocked. "Why did you come down?" "Why can't I come down?" Yang Kai sneered. As soon as he said this, the noise in the whole lobby suddenly fell silent. After a series of swishing sounds, pairs of eyes looked over, and waves of divine senses also swept over without reservation. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like a little white sheep that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he did not feel any sense of security at all. Bai Qi gave him a thumbs up, looking like he had guts. Then she lowered her head and went to work. Yang Kai looked around and really did see quite a few familiar faces. The few mid-level heaven-opening cultivators who had chased after him earlier, apart from Madame Lan, were all here. Waves of divine senses intertwined and drifted, and pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai with malice. The whole lobby was silent, but everyone felt as if a storm was about to come. The cultivator, with slightly lower strength, could not help but gulp, and their eyes looked towards the door, as if looking for a way to leave. Just as swords were about to be drawn, a door on the second floor opened with a bang, and Madame Lan walked out. Her phoenix eyes swept down, and her gaze fixed on Yang Kai. She snorted softly, and then leaned against the armrest, took out a handful of something that looked like melon seeds, and nimbly began to munch on them. Yang Kai chuckled. He knew that since Madame Lan had shown up, no one would dare to make a move against him here. Madame Lan had probably also sensed that the atmosphere below was not right, so she purposely showed up to suppress the situation. The lobby was full, and there were no seats. Yang Kai looked around, and then walked straight to a table. There were 3 people sitting at this table: a handsome young man, 2 old men with deep auras, and behind the young man stood a charming woman in revealing clothes. Behind the 2 old men stood a group of disciples, clearly from the same force. The young man's strength was not high, and he should have only condensed a Tao seal, while the 2 old men were both heaven-opening cultivators. The young man was originally looking at Yang Kai with disdain, but when he saw that he was actually walking straight towards him, he could not help but frown, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Brother, we meet again. What a coincidence!" Yang Kai greeted him cheerfully. "If you don't mind, let's sit together." After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's agreement, and directly sat down opposite him. The young man was a little confused. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's face was full of enthusiasm. "Friend, you really are a person of great importance with short memories. Didn't we meet on the way to Sun Star?" This was not nonsense. The 2 of them had indeed met before. At that time, Yang Kai, Daiyu, and the others were on the way to Sun Star, and the large ship this young man was on crashed into them from behind, almost injuring them. After that, he returned to invite Daiyu and Ah Sun to board, but Yang Kai refused. At that time, he did not know which force they were from, but after seeing the jade slip Menghong gave him, he found out that they were from Buin Prefecture. After Yang Kai's reminder, the young man came to a realization. "It's you." After saying that, his face darkened. "Who allowed you to sit down?" "Scram." Yang Kai did not mind and chuckled. "There's no place to sit. You just happen to have an empty seat here. Why don't you share a table? Why are you being so stingy?" The young man still wanted to say something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were many divine senses on his body that were carefully examining him. Turning his head, he saw that the several mid-rank heaven-opening masters in the lobby were all looking at him suspiciously, causing his face to pale. He did not know how he had attracted their attention. The 2 heaven-opening realm old men at the same table also noticed that something was wrong. One of them winked at the young man while the other looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "We'll leave this table to you. Let's go." As he said this, he stood up. The young man seemed to be a little reluctant, but he was forcibly pulled away by the other old man. The group did not linger, paying the bill and directly leaving the first inn. A moment later, on the large ship, the young man's face was gloomy. "Who is that guy?" The 2 old men behind him exchanged a glance before one of them said, "Young master, that person is the one who stole the Golden Crow's corpse." The young man was shocked. "What? He stole the Golden Crow's corpse and then safely escaped back to the first inn?" "That's right, it's him." "Then why are we afraid of him?" The young man asked in a low voice. That guy had only come to share a table, yet they had to leave with their tails between their legs. It was as if they were afraid of him, making him feel a little embarrassed. The old man said, "We're not afraid of him, but there's no need to tangle with him at this time. The Golden Crow's corpse is very important, and when the time comes, the first and will definitely stir up a storm. It's best if our Bu and prefecture doesn't get involved." The other old man also nodded. "Yes." The young man's expression darkened. Although he knew they were right, he was still somewhat unwilling. As if seeing through his thoughts, the old man from before said, "Young master, don't worry, that brat won't be able to live for much longer." The young man asked, "What do you mean?" The old man sneered. Trying to stir up a storm with such insignificant strength. He'll definitely die without a complete corpse. Chapter 39-23. As soon as the Buin province group left, Yuan Shaoman wrapped herself in a fragrant wind and sat down on Yang Kai's left side, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai called Bai Qi over and pointed at the leftovers in front of him, saying coldly, "Take them away and serve another table." Bai Qi glared. This guy had just been exchanging drinks with him in the room, calling him brother, and now he was ordering him around like a waiter. What kind of person was this? But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was what he did. He obediently removed the things on the table and went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. 3 other people stood up at the same time. One was an old man with a ruddy complexion, with a fat head and big ears. One was a man in martial arts clothes with a cold expression, and one was a scholar with a round fan in his hand. They went straight to this table and sat down. This table was immediately full. The 4 middle-ranked Kaitian stared straight at Yang Kai. To be honest, there was some pressure, but Yang Kai was not afraid. The lady boss was still watching from the second floor. Who would dare to be presumptuous here? Madame Lan was obviously aware of this as well, and her expression was extremely disgusted. However, when it came to business, the firstin's reputation could not be tarnished. "Little brother, you're really something." Yuan Shaoman was the first to speak. She looked at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she had found a new toy. "You even ran back here. You're amazing." Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at her. His gaze paused on her towering breasts for a moment, and he grinned. "What's your name?" "Yuan Shaoman." After that, she pointed at the others and introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. It was only now that Yang Kai knew where these guys who had been chasing him for many days came from, and what their names were. "Little brother, are you interested in joining my catoptric deflection? You look like a newcomer outside of Chenkuin, right? In a place like this, it's not easy for newcomers to stand out. Having help and not help are 2 different things." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How do you know I'm a newcomer?" The first hotel was able to find out about him, because that was what they did. There was no reason for Yuan Shaoman to know about him, and he shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Yuan Shaoman covered her mouth and giggled. "You don't even know the Chien Kuan escape technique, and you came to the first stall to walk right into the trap. How dare you say you're not a newbie?" Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life, a stain on his path of cultivation. But no one had ever told him about the Chien Kuan escape technique in a place like the Qiqiao lands. So how could he possibly know about its mysteries? When he saw Madame Lan at that time, he thought that she was a twin. "Brat, this old man will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The fat Hong Lao suddenly snorted coldly. Yang Kai squinted at him. "Then don't waste your energy. I won't tell you anything. You're courting death." Boss Red was furious. Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He glared at Hong Lao and said, "Try me." Hong Lao jumped in fright and stared at him dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a big reaction. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to back down. On the second floor, the lady boss, who was munching on sunflower seeds, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai's back, knowing that this brat was using her as a protective talisman. Who in the first hotel would dare to make a move? He was clearly certain of this, which was why he dared to challenge Hong Lao so impudently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so in the Emperor realm. On the side, Yuan Xiaoman's mouth was slightly agape. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianxing were also clicking their tongues in wonder. In the main hall, many of the low-rank heaven splitters were even more shocked by Yang Kai. "If you don't dare to make a move, then shut up." Yang Kai sat back down and shouted at the kitchen, "Is the food ready? Why are you so slow?" Bai Qi's voice came from the kitchen. "It's almost ready. What are you rushing for?" Hong Lao's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be steam rising from the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, he spat. Boy, you've got guts. If you have the ability, you'd better hide in the first inn for the rest of your life. Otherwise, this old master will tear you to pieces. He was truly angered to the point that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation in front of a dozen or so tables of people. That was what you called an embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, he had already offended this old man. As the saying went, there was no need to worry about too many debts. Zhang Qi frowned, seemingly understanding Yang Kai's character. Rubbing his fingers together, a space ring appeared in his hand, and he slowly pushed it in front of Yang Kai. Little brother, this king also has a question to ask you. Yang Kai glanced at him and was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what was inside this space ring, the possibility of it being a heaven splitter pill was very high. Can I sell information now? Overjoyed, Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were 10,000 heaven splitter pills inside. Immediately beaming with joy, Yang Kai said, Well said, well said! He secretly sighed to himself at the generosity of a fourth grade heaven splitter master. 10,000 heaven splitter pills. Although it was only enough for him to stay in his room for 10 days, it was still quite a lot. Zhang Qi smiled lightly and was about to speak when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, turned to Yuan Xiaoman and Ji Tianqing and said, Do you two have any questions? If you want to ask something, then hurry up. I'll say this first. Whoever offers the highest price will have their question answered, and I'll only answer one question, so you'd better think carefully. The corners of Zhang Qi's eyes twitched. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman were also speechless. They were fourth grade heaven splitters, and although their strength wasn't very high, they were still respected figures in the nearby territory. Yet today they were being led around by the emperor realm by the nose. Hong Lao sneered. Boy, this old master can see that your glabella is turning black. You'll soon face a bloody disaster. Shut up, it's none of your business, Yang Kai snapped. Go back to where you came from. Turning to Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman, Yang Kai asked, Are you too sure you don't want to ask anything? If you don't, then I'll answer this, Sir Zhang. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth. But there are some things they had to ask, so even if they were unwilling, they still tacitly pushed out a space ring. Yuan Xiaoman put on a fake smile and said, Little brother, aren't you afraid that these things will burn your hands? Yang Kai snatched the space ring from her hand and sneered, I've already taken things that burn my hands. Why would I be afraid of this? Yuan Xiaoman was speechless, but thinking about it in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. This guy had the courage to seize the body of so many heaven splitters in front of him. So how could he complain about these space rings burning his hands? This was a master who valued money over his life. After inspecting the space ring, the joy on Yang Kai's face grew even stronger as he turned to Ji Tianqing and said, This Sir Ji offered the highest price. Speak, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything I know. Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman both turned to look at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he quietly asked, Who has the Golden Crow's corpse now? Yang Kai was taken aback by this question. Although he knew that these people would definitely ask about the Golden Crow's corpse, he hadn't expected them to ask about this. He almost blurted out that it was naturally in his hands. Was there a need to ask such an obvious question? Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly realized something. He and the lady boss knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was in his hands, but others didn't. After all, there was no third person outside the first inn. Others only knew that he had been running away and walking right into a trap, only to be intercepted and injured by the lady boss outside the first inn. If he were an outsider, would he have thought that the Golden Crow's corpse had already been snatched away by Madame Lan? After all, with his strength, how could he contend against a 6th-level sky splitter? If Madame Lan wanted to snatch something from him, it would be too easy. So that was it. No wonder Ji Tianqing would ask such a question. It seemed that Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman also wanted to ask the same question. They still couldn't figure out who had the Golden Crow's corpse. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he weighed the pros and cons. It only took a short moment before he slammed the table and stood up, his face full of grief and indignation. He turned and pointed at the lady boss on the second floor, shouting, "It's her! It's her! It's her! The thing that I fought so hard for was snatched away by her. The first in bullies the weak. The first in bullies the weak. This is a black-in." The angry roar echoed in the hall, shuttling through everyone's ears. It was a complaint full of blood and tears. Everyone looked in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and stared at the lady boss in unison. Madame Lan was dumbstruck. Her red lips parted slightly, and a piece of fruit shell fell silently from her mouth. After a long while, Madame Lan gritted her teeth. "Brat, you must be tired of living." Although she didn't hear what Ji Tianqing asked Yang Kai just now, there was no need to hear such things. She could guess that it was nothing more than the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai's accusation this time would undoubtedly involve her in a great deal of trouble. Even if she denied it, it would be of no use. From the looks in the eyes of those in the lobby, Madame Lan knew that many people had already guessed this. Now, she was just confirming it with Yang Kai's words. This time, even the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to clear her name. If she had really snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, it would have been fine. The key was that although she had made a move, Yang Kai had still slyly escaped and hidden the first in. Not only did she not reap any benefits, she even got herself into trouble. Madame Lan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen anyone as detestable as this brat. If she could make a move, Madame Lan would definitely go down and make him regret ever being born into this world. But this was the first in, and the first in's reputation could not be damaged. Lady Boss, you're so full of murderous intent. Are you going to silence me? Yang Kai shouted angrily. You shut up. Madame Lan was so angry that she threw the snacks in her hand at him. You can shut my mouth, but you can't shut the mouths of everyone else in the world. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whatever people do, the heavens are watching. Lady Boss, you're on your own now. Madame Lan's chest heaved violently. She felt hot blood rush to her brain, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She really wanted to go down and tear this brat's mouth apart. Chapter 39:24. The dishes are here, the dishes are here. At this moment, Bai Qi ran out of the kitchen with a few dishes and a pot of wine. When he entered the main hall, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. He froze on the spot and turned his head to look around. He did not know what was going on. He only saw that his boss was so angry that her face had turned green. She was standing on the second floor with her eyes closed, and her delicate body was trembling. What's going on? Bai Qi walked up to Yang Kai and asked quietly. A storm is coming, replied Yang Kai. Kai Yang replied as he reached out and took the food and wine from his hand. Turning around, he walked up to the second floor. The water had already been stirred up, so it was not good to stay here for long. It was best to avoid the limelight for now. Returning to his room, closing the door and activating the barrier, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing heartily as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the lady boss was a good person, she still made him waste a golden destruction plume. She even injured him before. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to get back at her. What's more, in the current situation, shifting his attention to the lady boss was the best choice. He sat at the table, drinking by himself, thinking about his future path. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang, and the door was kicked open. Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and turned to look outside. He shouted, Who is it? Who was so bold to make a move in the first in? Did they want to die? Yang Kai's neck shrank back when he saw who kicked open the door. It was none other than the lady boss of the first in, Madame Lan. The lady boss stepped into the room. her whole body wrapped in a cold aura, a sneer on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. With a light flick of her foot, she closed the door behind her. Madam Lan. Yang Kai retreated step by step. Soon he reached the foot of the wall. His eyes were unfocused. He wondered why there wasn't even a window in this room. He couldn't even jump out of the window to escape. He couldn't even think about teleportation. In front of a 6th grade splitter, he probably didn't have the chance. Madam, do you have any advice for me? Yang Kai stared ahead in horror, his heart in his throat. He secretly decided that if Madame Lan really attacked him, he would immediately use his dragon form secret technique so that she wouldn't attack him. Madame Lan sneered softly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, I won't be able to explain myself. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect Madame Lan to say leisurely, I won't kill you, but I can give you a good beating. Brat, are you ready? Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. Madam, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why are you doing this? Besides, this is the first inn, and I'm your guest. I spent money to stay here. You're the lady boss. Is it appropriate for you to attack a guest? Not suitable. Madame Lan walked over step by step, and soon arrived in front of Yang Kai. A fragrant scent wafted over, and she suddenly gritted her teeth. But if I don't beat you up, I won't be able to vent my anger. You don't want the first in signboard anymore. Yang Kai tried his best to shrink back, but he was already forced into a corner. Where else could he go? Don't use the signboard to restrain me. It's useless no matter what you say today. Madame Lan raised a delicate fist and clenched it so tightly that it cracked. The murderous aura around her surged violently, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. As she spoke, her fist shot out like a flash of lightning, landing squarely on Yang Kai's left eye. With a boom, Yang Kai only felt his vision go black. His vision was filled with stars, and even his thoughts were muddled. The lady boss's punch was not light, and it almost stunned him on the spot. Before he could regain his senses, the fist came flying towards his right eye again, and there was another boom. Instinctively hugging his head, Yang Kai curled up at the foot of the wall, enduring Madame Lan's punches and kicks. He secretly swore to himself that one day he would definitely get back at her and get his revenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like an instant but also like a year, Yang Kai finally felt that the attacks that fell on him like raindrops had stopped. He quietly turned his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. He saw Madame Lan panting with her hands on her hips and an expression of satisfaction on her face. That felt good. Brat, you'd better take care of yourself. With that, she turned and left. Yang Kai cursed and collapsed to the ground. At the door, Bai Qi watched the lady boss leave leisurely and then poked his head out to look around. Only then did he enter the room and close the door. He walked slowly to Yang Kai's side and squatted down to look at him, his face full of sympathy. You hit him really hard. The lady boss is really angry. I've never seen her so angry before. Yang Kai lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if many of the bones in his body had been broken. Although Madame Lan didn't have the intention to kill him, she really did use a heavy hand. He had just recovered from his injuries, but now he was injured again. It was really sullen. Are you going to keep watching like this? Yang Kai squinted at Bai Qi, who was squatting in front of him. Can you help me up? Bai Qi chuckled. If it was someone else who hit you, it wouldn't matter if I helped, but the lady boss hit you. How would I dare? If she found out, how would I still be able to stay here? Then what are you doing here? Yang Kai glared at him. Bai Qi said, I'm just here to watch the show. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brat, you've offended the lady boss. I think you're going to have a hard time in the future. Get lost. Yang Kai shouted angrily. Did he need others to tell him that he would have a hard time in the future? This time, the lady boss did not even care about the reputation of the first inn and insisted on beating him up. He could imagine what kind of situation he would be in the first inn in the future. It would probably be difficult for him to even move an inch. Bai Qi chuckled, got up, and said, "You have the strength to chase people away. It doesn't look like it's a big deal. You go and rest first. If there's anything, call me later." With that, he turned and left. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he moved a little, he felt pain all over his body. He lay on the ground for a full 3 hours before he climbed onto the bed with difficulty and quietly recuperated. However, this effort was not in vain. In the first inn, after Yang Kai made such a scene, almost everyone's attention had shifted to the lady boss. Although Yang Kai's tone and actions were a little exaggerated at that time, anyone with half a brain was willing to believe that the Golden Crow's corpse had been snatched by Madame Lan and now it had fallen into her hands. After all, the difference in strength between Yang Kai and her was too great. Since Madame Lan had already made a move before, how could she fail? The next day, in a wing room in the Great Moon Prefecture, an elderly man sat upright. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang stood in front of him, reporting what had happened recently. The elderly man nodded from time to time. After a long time, Wei Kei said, "That's the general situation. What plans does the chief have?" This elderly man was the chief of the Great Moon Prefecture. Previously, Wei Kei had asked Meng Hong and the others to go back to the First and send a message to the headquarters. The chief of the Great Moon Prefecture immediately led people here to meet up with Wei Kei, Tao Rongfang, and the others. They rushed all the way and only arrived at the First today. The chief nodded and said, "You did well this time. As long as we digest what we got this time, the strength of the Great Moon Prefecture will definitely improve." This time, although the Great Moon Prefecture did not get something like the true sun gold, they obtained several portions of the true sunfire, one of which was a 5th grade one. Its value was not small. For a force like the Great Moon Prefecture, it was not easy to obtain 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade ones. If they sold this 5th grade true sunfire and bought some 4th grade materials, there was a great chance that they could create a 4th grade Kai Tian. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to choose the right seedlings and spend a certain amount of time and energy. The two of you deserve great credit for this operation. Wei Kei said, "Chief, you flatter us. This time, we also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, we even received a life-saving grace from them." Oh, the old man raised his eyebrows. "We must repay the kindness of saving our lives. Tell me which expert helped you." Wei Kei said it was not an expert. It was that kid called Yang Kai. The old man frowned. "The kid who stole the Golden Crow's corpse and caused a storm in the city?" "Yes." The chief nodded and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, "I heard that the Golden Crow's corpse has fallen into Madame Lan's hands." "That's what the kid said. What do you want to do?" The old man looked at Wei Kei and asked. Wei Kei said, "If it's possible, I want to ask you to accept him into our Great Moon Prefecture. He is a newcomer who has just entered this world and has no one to rely on. What's rare is that he is kind and benevolent, and we are indebted to him. Now that he is in trouble, we can't sit back and do nothing." The chief sighed. "I knew you would say that, but have you thought about it? Now that he is in trouble, if our Great Moon Prefecture accepts him rashly, what kind of impact will it have on us?" Wei Kei cupped his hands and said, "I've thought about this, but now that the Golden Crow's corpse is not in his hands, it doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter." The chief looked straight at him. "Do you believe what you said?" Wei Kei's mouth moved, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He really didn't believe what he said. The chief said, "Although Yang Kai said that the Golden Crow's corpse had been taken away by Madame Lan, the Golden Crow's corpse is so precious that anyone who wants it will not let it go easily. When the time comes, there will be countless masters who will ask Yang Kai for confirmation, or even search his soul to interrogate him. When the time comes, will our Great Moon Prefecture protect him or not? If we protect him, with the strength of our Great Moon Prefecture, we can't compete with others at all. If we don't protect him, how can we survive? He waved his hand and said, "We can't accept this person, or we will put our Great Moon Prefecture in trouble." "Chief." Wei Kei was anxious. "There's no need to say more." The chief said decisively, "We can't stay in this dangerous place for long. Pack up and return to the Great Moon Prefecture with me immediately." Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. They both knew that since the chief had made his decision, it was useless to say anything else. They couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the chief's decision was right. They had also thought of this before, but now that things had come to this, they were still a little unhappy. "As for his kindness to you, think of a way to compensate him." The chief added. Wei Kei cupped his hands. "Yes." Chapter 39:25. In the room, Yang Kai and Wei Kei sat across a table from each other. Tao Rongfang stood behind Wei Kei and stared at Yang Kai's bruised and swollen face with sympathy. Normally, if Tao Rongfang saw this scene, she would definitely laugh out loud. Yang Kai's 2 dark circles were simply too comical. At first glance, it was obvious that they were caused by someone's fists. Moreover, the punches were extremely symmetrical, so the strength of the person who did this was definitely extraordinary. But how could she laugh at this moment? Thinking of Yang Kai's future situation and the possible blame for Ma Sun, she couldn't help but feel sad. Wei Kei was also embarrassed. Wei Kei also wore an embarrassed expression, and after a long explanation, he scratched his face and said, "Yang Kai, the situation is like this. Before, I had planned to take you to Great Moon Province and let you join us, but now it seems that won't be possible. The sect chief doesn't agree, and this Wei is powerless to do anything about it. I'm really sorry." Saying so, he turned his head and cupped his fists, a look of shame on his face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Senior Wei, you're too serious. I know what to do. Even if your chief doesn't agree, I can't go to the Great Moon Prefecture with you. In my current situation, I can't leave the First Inn. Otherwise, I'll die. If I stay here, there's still a chance." Tao Rongfang said, "Even so, you can't hide in the First Inn for the rest of your life. What's your plan in the future?" Yang Kai's eyes blurred for a while. He shook his head and said, "I'll take one step at a time. I can't think so far ahead." "Alas!" Wei Kei sighed heavily and said, "You're too bold. Why did you think of robbing the Jinwu corpse?" It was said that people died for wealth and birds died for food. Yang Kai's action in the Jinwu Palace was undoubtedly digging his own grave. If it weren't for the First Inn, he would have died somewhere. Yang Kai said awkwardly, "I didn't think so much at that time. I just robbed it on impulse. It's useless to talk about it now." He waved his hand and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Seeing this, Wei Kei naturally changed the topic. "We're about to leave the First Inn and return to the Great Moon Prefecture. Is there anything I can help you with?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "There is one thing." "Speak," Wei Kei said. Yang Kai said, "Old Fang, Daiyu, and Ah Sun escaped with me from the Qiqiao land. Now that Ah Sun has been accepted as a disciple by Senior Tao, I don't have to worry about anything. But Old Fang and Daiyu have nowhere to go. Now that I am like this, it's not suitable for them to have anything to do with me. I would like to ask the 2 seniors to take them into the Great Moon Prefecture and let them have a place to stay." Wei Kei said, "Even if you didn't mention it, we also had the same idea. Don't worry, I will take Fang Biki and Daiyu back to the Great Moon Prefecture and take good care of them. As long as I am alive, I will not let them be bullied." "Thank you, Senior." Wei Kei blushed with shame and waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't thank me, or I'll be too ashamed to show my face." "What about you?" Tao Rongfang asked. "Don't you have anything you want us to help you with?" Yang Kai shook his head. He was currently in a lot of trouble, so the Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help him with anything. Taking Old Fang and Daiyu away could be considered a load off his mind. Wei Kei sighed, took out a space ring, and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. "It's not much, but I hope you don't mind." If you want to hide in the first inn, you'll need money, so take this. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before accepting the space ring. Wei Kei was an honest person, so if he were to be polite with him, it would only make things more difficult for him. After exchanging a few more words, the two got up and said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Wei Kei said, "Do you want to see Fong Biki and Dayu? After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "There will always be a chance in the future. Please take them with you, Senior." Parting was difficult, so it was best not to see them again. Wei Kei stared at him for a while before patting him on the shoulder. "Take care of yourself." Then he turned around and left. Tao Rongfeng nodded to Yang Kai and also left. Listening carefully, Yang Kai soon heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. Knowing it was the people from Great Moon State, he returned to his room. After the sound disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his bed and continued to meditate and heal his wounds. Thinking back to everything he had experienced since leaving the star boundary, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Being separated from Ruo Shi and wandering in the Qiqiao land, it wasn't easy for him to escape. Now he was involved in such a big matter as the Golden Crow's corpse. As an emperor of the Emperor Realm, he was in the eye of the storm outside this world. How to deal with the Golden Crow's corpse needs to be carefully considered. Not only must he deal with it beautifully, but he must also get rid of this trouble. Thinking about it gave him a headache. The next few days were calm. Yang Kai had been on guard against the lady boss coming to trouble him again, who knew that he wouldn't see her for several days. His injuries slowly healed, but after what happened last time, he didn't dare to go out at will. Who knows if there were any bold people in the first inn? If they really disregarded the rules of the first inn and attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time flew by, and 10 days later, on this day, Yang Kai was drinking with Bai Qi in his room. While listening to him talk about the outside world, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Kai looked up in surprise, then couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn to look at Bai Qi. "Is there a word safety in your inn? Can you just kick a guest's door at will?" Bai Qi laughed dryly. Who told her to be the lady boss? Madame Lan's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Bai Qi. "I was wondering why I didn't see you anywhere." "So you were hiding here, drinking. Don't you need to serve the guests outside? How dare you slack off here? I'll deduct 1 year of your wages." Bai Qi's face turned pale. "Lady boss, please don't be angry. I'll go out now. Please don't deduct my wages." After saying this, he ran away and disappeared. Yang Kai leaned against the corner of the wall and wanted to slip away as well. The lady boss's beautiful eyes swept over him, and he immediately froze on the spot. With a little kick, the door closed again. Madame Lan sat directly where Bai Qi was just sitting and stared at Yang Kai coldly, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai squeezed out a dry smile at her, then slowly squatted down and shrank into the corner of the wall. He covered his head with both hands. "Don't hit my face!" The last time she hit him, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and it took several days for them to disappear. This woman was too ruthless. He had to be careful. The lady boss said coldly, "Sit." Yang Kai glanced at her quietly and sat on the ground. The lady boss said angrily, "What are you pretending for? I'll let you sit on the chair." Yang Kai blinked, then stood up. He turned sideways to guard against her, then slowly moved to the side of the chair and sat down. His eyes were erratic, and he was highly nervous. Seeing his guarded appearance, Madame Lan was furious. She slammed the table and said, "Brat, do you know how much trouble you've caused me?" Yang Kai sniffed. "I'm not too sure, but I heard a little." He heard about the situation outside from Bai Qi these days, so he didn't go to the lobby to take a look. He only knew that most of the forces that had stayed in the first and had left. After all, most of the forces that had come here before were third-rate forces, and they weren't qualified to participate in the fight for the Golden Crow's corpse. Those who knew their place, like the Great Moon Province, naturally left early, but there were also a few who stayed to watch the show. Although most of the third-rate forces had left, many second-rate forces had come, and even a few first-rate forces from the blessed enclaves had come. In the first inn, there were now more than 20 middle-level splitters, and as many as 3 or 4 high-level splitters. It could be said that since the opening of the first inn, there had never been such a grand occasion where so many powerhouses had gathered, and all of this was because of the Golden Crow's corpse. Madame Lon sneered. Do you think you can get away with it just because you shifted the blame in the lobby that day? Do you really take others for fools? Whether the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands or not, only the heavens and earth will know. Yang Kai said, I was forced to. With a bang, Madame Lon slammed the table again. So you can make irresponsible remarks just because you were forced into a corner? Do you believe that I'll drive you out of the first inn right now? I don't need to tell you what will happen to you when the time comes. Yang Kai was shocked. Madam, are you trying to kill me? Madame Lon lowered her head and played with her fingers, saying indifferently, It's impolite not to reciprocate. You can do what you want, but I can't do what you want. Yang Kai was really anxious now. If he was driven out of the first inn, how could he survive? He glared at her. The first inn opened its doors to do business, and I didn't pay a single cent less. How can you drive me out? Madame Lon looked up at him. You're right. The first inn has never driven out a customer before. If we drive you out like this, we'll ruin our reputation. Yang Kai's heart thumped, and he exhaled heavily. But then he heard Madame Lon say, Unless it's those who can't afford to stay but refuse to leave. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Madame Lon said with a smile, I've decided from today onwards your room will cost 100,000 heaven-opening pills per night. 100,000? Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he silently calculated. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills on hand, it was likely only enough to last him 3 or 4 days. Filled with grief and indignation, he shouted, Lady Boss, you're taking advantage of your position to bully others. Madame Lon said, I like to. What can you do? It's my business whether the room price goes up or not, and it's your business whether you want to stay or not. No one's forcing you. Yang Kai said, Then I request to change rooms. Madame Lon laughed softly. There's no room left. The first inn is overcrowded now. Where can I find a room for you? Yang Kai clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke, glaring at her fiercely. Madame Lon, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. She had a charming smile on her face as she played with her slender jade fingers, not looking at him at all. Resisting the urge to punch this woman in the face, Yang Kai said, What do you want? Speak. Madame Lon said indifferently, Brat, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Haven't you heard of this saying? Chapter 39:26. How could he not have heard of this before? It could be said that he was very familiar with it. Ever since his debut, he had encountered many similar situations. Yang Kai understood the meaning of this sentence better than many people. This empress made a miscalculation and let your evil scheme succeed. Now, there are many people outside who believe that the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands. Madame Lon looked up. Since that's the case, this empress doesn't mind confirming those people's guesses. This trouble will be taken on by the first inn. What do you think? Yang Kai said, Madam, you mean to ask me to hand over the Golden Crow's corpse? Madame Lon said, I won't give it to you for free. I'll give you enough compensation. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then asked, Can I hear the compensation plan? Madame Lon smiled and raised a finger. The first option is to give you heaven-opening pills. This amount. As she spoke, that finger waved heavily in front of Yang Kai's eyes. 10 million. Yang Kai was moved. Madame Lon nodded. Yang Kai said, Madam is generous. 10 million heaven-opening pills was truly not a small amount. This was a great temptation for anyone in the Emperor realm. Since there's the first option, then there's the second. What's the second option? Madame Lan glanced at him and said, The second option is for the first in to find fifth grade yin-yang 5 elements power for you to help you reach the fifth grade of heaven opening pills. This was another great benefit. If the fifth grade yin-yang 5 elements power was converted into heaven opening pills, it would be worth about 5 million heaven opening pills. However, considering the rarity of materials of this grade, its value was not much different from 10 million heaven opening pills. Moreover, the fifth grade of heaven opening pills was not considered weak outside of this universe. It was in the middle of the middle grade of heaven opening pills. Duan Hai was only at the fourth grade back then. Even heavenly Lord Qiqiao, whom Yang Kai had never seen before, was only at the fifth grade. Elder Su was also at the fifth grade. In other words, the fifth grade of heaven opening pills was enough to establish a foothold outside of this universe and lay down a foundation. Madame Lan's sincerity, but the more she was like this, the more Yang Kai felt the value of the Golden Crow's corpse. Otherwise, why would Madame Lan pay such a great price? The value of the Golden Crow's corpse would definitely far exceed the compensation given by Madame Lan. Is there a third type? Yang Kai asked. Madame Lan said exasperatedly, Are you still not satisfied with these two options? Brat, don't be too greedy. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I'm just asking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He quickly poured a cup of tea for her, lest this woman go crazy again. Madame Lan snorted coldly. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You should be content with what you have. There are so many newcomers like you who have struggled in the trichiliocosm for hundreds and thousands of years without accomplishing anything. You have only just entered this world, yet you already have such good luck. Who knows how many people will envy you? These words reminded Yang Kai of Daiyu and Old Fong. The two of them had been outside of this universe for many years, but unfortunately they had always been trapped in the Kikikyo lands, unable to even break through to the heaven-opening realm. In comparison, Yang Kai's situation was indeed much better. But then again, the opportunity he had now to choose was also something he had risked his life for. It had little to do with luck. He also took a sip of tea. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, Lady Boss, I'm very tempted by both of your conditions, but I don't know which one to choose. Madame Lan said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Do you want to listen? Please speak. If I were you, I would choose the second option. Although the heaven-opening pill is real, it's not safe for you to hold on to so many heaven-opening pills in the Emperor realm. Moreover, you have no way to buy those materials. You might as well let my first and find you fifth grade materials and enjoy the fruits of my labor. That makes sense. Yang Kai crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. The lady boss observed Yang Kai's expression and let out a small sigh. Seeing Yang Kai like this, she knew that this matter was very promising. If Yang Kai wasn't even willing to negotiate, then there really was no hope. By now, he had probably also realized how difficult the Golden Crow's corpse was. The Golden Crow's corpse was indeed a death sentence for ordinary people. But for a force like the First In, it was a treasure that could only be found by chance. As long as they could obtain the Golden Crow's corpse, what was a little sacrifice? Yang Kai was deep in thought, and Madame Lan didn't disturb him. Unexpectedly, after a whole incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Madame Lan was speechless. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai's brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked very conflicted. When he heard the urging, he turned his head and looked over. Lady Boss, I'm quite satisfied with those two conditions, but can the First In compensate me for the loss of those 2 heaven-destroying golden feathers? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned the heaven-destroying golden feathers, but the moment he did, the lady boss became angry. Previously, when Yang Kai had used the heaven-destroying golden feathers, she had been injured in a moment of carelessness. It was practically a disgrace. You still want the First In to compensate you for that? What kind of dream are you having? Madame Lan said in exasperation. Yang Kai said, Of course I want it. In order to obtain this golden crow's corpse, I used 2 heaven-destroying golden feathers in a row. Although I don't know what the value of that thing is, it can't be cheap. If I take it out to sell, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting to buy it. Who knows? I might be able to sell it for 10 million heaven-opening pills. If 2 heaven-destroying golden feathers are worth that much, the first-in's conditions can only barely make me break even. Madame Lan sneered at his words. She wanted to mock him, but on second thought, the heaven-destroying golden feathers were so powerful that could even injure her. It could be said to be a life-saving talisman. This kind of thing could indeed be sold for a lot of money. If she met a wealthy person, 10 million wouldn't be impossible. Changing the topic, she said, Speaking of this, I want to ask you, where did you get the heaven-destroying golden feathers? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have failed so miserably. Yang Kai chuckled. I also have a question to ask the lady boss. How about we trade? Madame Lan looked him up and down. What do you want to know? Yang Kai lowered his voice, appearing very secretive. What's the use of that golden crow's corpse? Why are there so many people fighting over it? Madame Lan said, Why are you asking this? Because I'm curious. Yang Kai looked at her eagerly. Madame Lan pondered for a while, then said, Since so many people are fighting over it, it naturally has value. Golden crows are hard to find. In the 3,000 worlds, there aren't many golden crows. This kind of ancient beast is born with the sun and dies with the sun. It can be said to be an extremely mysterious existence. The golden crow's flesh and blood can be refined into pills, and its bones can be refined into treasures. Most importantly, it contains the golden crow primordial fire. If it can be refined, it can become the power of the 5 elements fire, and it's extremely powerful. The main thing was that this information wasn't a secret. Yang Kai could ask anyone and find out, so there was no need for her to hide anything. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It's the black flames in the Golden Crow's divine palace. He had seen the terrifying power of the Golden Crow primordial fire with his own eyes. Low-tier heaven opening cultivators would be injured and die upon contact. That's right. Madame Lan nodded, then sneered. Boy, I advise you not to think about it. The Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely terrifying. If you don't have enough wood power to suppress it, absorbing even a little bit is enough to burn you to death. Yang Kai looked like he had learned something. Of course I know this. Tell me, where did you get that golden Miemeng plume? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally, it was given to me by Miemeng. Not long ago, I helped a Miemeng greatly, and it was grateful to me. Before it left, it gave me 3 golden plumes. Madame Lan looked like she didn't believe him, but she couldn't be bothered to investigate. She said impatiently, After saying so much, what's your decision? Yang Kai said, Don't rush me. If you rush me, I won't know what to choose. How about this, Lady Boss, you go back first. I'll think about it carefully. If I've made up my mind, I'll give you an answer. Saying so, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it looking like he was going to see her out. Madame Lan was dumbfounded by him. But since Yang Kai had made such a statement, it wasn't good for a woman like her to stay here and not leave. She gritted her teeth and got up. When she passed by Yang Kai, a long leg flew out of her skirt and kicked Yang Kai in the stomach before she left. Yang Kai grimaced in pain from the kick. He hugged his leg and hopped around for a long time, cursing in his heart that this crazy woman was really heavy-handed. After a while, Yang Kai closed the door, opened the barrier, and sat cross-legged on the bed. In a flash, he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, it was quiet. Alone, Yang Kai came to a plane and took out the 6 Unity wish bag. With a shake of his hand, he released the Golden Crow corpse. Since he got the Golden Crow corpse, he hadn't carefully examined it. Today, after hearing the lady boss talk about the uses of the Golden Crow corpse, Yang Kai couldn't help but have some thoughts. He also didn't expect that the Golden Crow true fire contained in the golden crow corpse could condense the power of the 5 elements. This was really a case of planted flowers that didn't bloom, but unintentionally planted willows that grew. When he went to the Sun Star, his original intention was to find Sun's true gold above the 7th grade, but things didn't go as he wished. He found the Sun's true gold, but he didn't get a share of it. The golden crow corpse he snatched by chance gave him another way out. Although Madame Lawn warned him not to have any ideas about the golden crow true fire, and without enough power of the wood element, it was impossible to suppress this kind of evil fire. This problem wasn't a problem for Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai didn't know what grade the power of the 5 elements wood element condensed from the immortal tree's essence was, but in this world, there were very few things that could surpass it. The power of the wood element in his body was enough to suppress the golden crow true fire. But to be on the safe side, it was better to experiment first. That was why Yang Kai deliberately came to the sealed world bead. Otherwise, with so many masters in the first inn, why would he take this risk? That was his original plan. But who knew that just as the golden crow corpse was released, Yang Kai suddenly felt the entire sealed world bead become turbulent. The world principles instantly became chaotic, and this small world showed signs of bursting. Yang Kai was the master of this sealed world bead, the master of this sealed world. He was especially sensitive to the changes in this world. This feeling was like a large stone being forced into a glass of water, and the glass was about to shatter. Chapter 39:27. This sudden change greatly shocked Yang Kai. In a flash, Yang Kai's thoughts changed rapidly, and he quickly figured out the reason. There was a limit to the capacity of the small sealed world. Just like the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle, only 10 great emperors could exist at the same time. It was impossible for an 11th to be born. This was the self-preservation mechanism of the small sealed world and the restriction of its world principles. The capacity of the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle was limited, and so was the small sealed world. What's more, the small sealed world was incomparable to the star boundary. If a powerful existence, like the golden crow's corpse, was rashly placed inside, the entire small sealed world would not be able to withstand it. And this was just a corpse. If a living golden crow was really allowed to enter, Yang Kai estimated that the small sealed world would immediately be incinerated. The small sealed world was no longer the same as before. The 2nd territory and the 3rd territory had been separated one after another. So today, the small sealed world was only left with the original 1st territory. Its capacity was pitifully small, so when the golden crow's corpse was suddenly thrown in, such a change occurred. Now that he knew the reason, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, and quickly shook the 6 principles gem bag to store the golden crow's corpse back inside. The trembling of the world principles gradually calmed down and disappeared, and the chaotic world principles were restored. This change also confirmed his previous conjecture. Frowning, Yang Kai stood in place and fell into contemplation. If he had not suddenly decided to put the golden crow's corpse into the small sealed world this time, he would not have discovered this. If the golden crow's corpse was like this, what would happen if he put a heaven-opening realm master into the small sealed world? A heaven-opening realm master's body had already split open the heavens and earth. So depending on the quality, the small universe world inside their body would also vary in strength. Yang Kai secretly speculated that if the capacity of the small sealed world was larger than the heaven-opening realms world, he might be able to coexist peacefully. But if the small sealed world was smaller, it was very likely that the small sealed world would experience the same changes today. Thinking so, Yang Kai became vigilant. It seemed that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't casually take heaven-opening realm masters into his sealed world bead. Otherwise, it would likely bring great losses and hidden dangers. If a small sealed world was like this, there was no need to mention the One Realm bead. The One Realm bead was a replica of the sealed world bead, but it was far inferior to the sealed world bead because the One Realm bead was refined entirely from dead stars and did not even have its own world principles. Yang Kai estimated that the one realm bead he refined wouldn't be able to contain a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If he forcefully sucked them in, the result would be the one realm bead exploding. From this point of view, the 6-unity wish bag was quite extraordinary. It also had the same storage function, but it could forcibly store a heaven-opening realm cultivator into it. However, compared to the mysterious small world bead, the 6-unity wish bag was not a small world, but rather a space that could expand or shrink at will. He didn't know who refined this 6 directions Rui pouch and how it ended up in Elder Sue's hands. But none of this mattered, as the Rui pouch was now his treasure. Since he couldn't test it in the mysterious small world, Yang Kai could only flash out, put away the sealed world bead, and plunge into the Rui pouch. Fortunately, the Rui pouch had now been completely refined by him, so it could expand or shrink as he wished. Although it wasn't as vast as the mysterious small world, it wasn't crowded with the golden crow's corpse. The golden crow's might was unparalleled when it was alive, but after its death, there was nothing special about it. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai could feel a faint hostility. Yang Kai circled the golden crow's corpse a few times before finally standing in front of it, crossing his arms as he stared at it intently. He didn't know where to start. Thinking back to when he was condensing the 5 elements with force, it was because he had already refined the immortal tree and had Ruashi's guidance, so the whole process was very easy. Now that he was alone and had no one to rely on, Yang Kai was a little hesitant. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai decided to give it a try first. The lady boss had described the golden crow true fire to be so terrifying, so it was always right to be careful. Reaching out his hand and placing it on the golden crow's forehead, Yang Kai closed his eyes and silently tried to draw out the power of the golden crow's true fire. At first, there was nothing special, but at a certain moment, his palm suddenly became hot. From the golden crow's corpse, an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things rushed out. At the same time, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was standing in front of a round sun, as if this scorching power could melt him at any time. His face changed as he hurriedly pulled back, but a trace of black flames had already wrapped around his hand. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and the excruciating pain caused Yang Kai to involuntarily roar like a wounded beast. Desperately urging his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai tried to stop the black flames from burning, but his Emperor Qi seemed to have become fuel for the black flames. The more he tried, the fiercer the black flames became. In the blink of an eye, the flames had spread to his elbow. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared for this and knew that the golden crow true fire was extraordinary, he had still underestimated its power. Was he going to be burned to death? At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly remembered what the lady boss had said before. Only a strong enough would attribute force could suppress the golden crow true fire, so he hurriedly urged the power of his Tao seal. A faint green aura spread out from his arm and intertwined with the black flames, making for an extremely strange scene. The power of the immortal tree was truly amazing. When this would attribute force was urged out, Yang Kai clearly felt the pain in his arm lessen greatly. The places where he had been burned by the golden crow true fire also felt refreshed, and his flesh and blood were clearly growing. Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. He had made the right choice this time. The quality of his would attribute force should be higher than the quality of the golden crow true fire, otherwise it would not have shown such a reaction. It seemed that as long as his would attribute force was strong enough, absorbing the golden crow true fire and condensing it into fire attribute force should not be too dangerous. But thinking about it from another perspective, how many people in this world had such powerful would attribute force? Even if someone had it, it would not be comparable to the essence of the immortal tree. With his mind set, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and carefully wrapped the golden crow true fire with his would attribute force, guiding it into his Tao seal. After a stick of incense worth of time, The originally jade-green Dao seal had a little bit of black color. From this black color, Yang Kai could clearly feel a violent and destructive aura. Carefully feeling it, Yang Kai did not feel any discomfort, causing a look of joy to appear on his face. In other words, he could completely absorb the Golden Crow True Fire and condense it into fire attribute force. Moreover, from the feeling the Golden Crow True Fire gave him, its quality was absolutely not lower than the 7th grade. Yang Kai had never seen other 7th grade materials before, but in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, he had seen the 7th grade Sun True Gold and also felt its aura. Compared to the Golden Crow True Fire, it seemed to be slightly inferior. After coming to this world for just over a year, he already had the opportunity to condense fire attribute force. This was truly a stroke of good fortune. He was too lazy to consider the conditions the lady boss had put forward. What Ji Tianqing had said before was correct. Many external factors were illusory, and all wealth and power were ephemeral. Only one's own strength was fundamental. Materials above the 7th grade could only be chanced upon by luck. Yang Kai had the ambition to reach the high grade Splitting Heavens realm. So how could he miss this opportunity? Not to mention that the lady boss's conditions had not moved him at all. Even if they were several times higher, in the face of the temptation of fire attribute force, Yang Kai would still be willing to give up. In a short period of time, the wood attribute force had also repaired the burns caused by the Golden Crow True Fire. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the Golden Crow's head, urging the power of the Dao Seal to draw the Golden Crow True Fire into his body. The pitch-black flames were drawn out again and wrapped around his arm, but were suppressed by the wood attribute force, not harming Yang Kai in the slightest. After a full half-day, Yang Kai reluctantly jumped out of the Rui pouch. It was not that he had condensed fire attribute force, but that he could not eat until he was fat. He had absorbed enough Golden Crow True Fire today and needed to digest it before he could continue. Moreover, Yang Kai was also afraid that the lady boss would suddenly break in. If she found out that he was hiding in the Rui pouch and secretly absorbing Golden Crow True Fire, she would definitely not let him off easily. In the next few days, the lady boss would come to Yang Kai once a day to discuss the matter of the Golden Crow's corpse with him. Yang Kai naturally feigned civility, pretending to be tempted while casually dealing with her. However, he could feel that the lady boss's patience was about to be worn out. The last 2 times he came to see her, her nose was nose and her eyes were not eyes. She did not like him at all. Every time before he left, Yang Kai would be kicked, but his strength was not as high as hers, so he could not avoid it. The speed of absorbing the Golden Crow True Fire was not slow. With the protection of the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, Yang Kai could be said to have opened up his arms and worked hard. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Looking at the whole world, condensing any kind of power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Instead, it required a long period of seclusion. This period of time could be long or short. It could be 3 to 5 years, or it could be 10 to 20 years, or even longer. If Yang Kai did not have the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, it would be impossible for him to be so unscrupulous. It was by relying on the power of the immortal tree that he could absorb the Golden Crow True Fire in a day that others could not absorb for several months. As time passed, Yang Kai could gradually feel something. According to his current speed, he was afraid that in 10 days the fire attribute force in the Dao Seal would reach a saturated state. At that time, he would no longer need to absorb the Golden Crow True Fire. At that time, the fire attribute force of the 5 elements would be successfully condensed. 10 days. The key was this time. The lady boss was urging him more and more urgently, so she would definitely not give him such a long time. But fortunately, the lady boss came to find him at about the same time every day, so Yang Kai was not discovered. On this day, after calculating the time, Yang Kai jumped out of the Rui pouch. After meditating for less than half an hour, he heard a knock on the door. Needless to say, it was the lady boss again. Yang Kai helplessly got up and opened the door. The lady boss was indeed standing outside, but what made Yang Kai surprised was that she did not come alone this time. There was another person with her. But, little friend, you've been living here for a few days now. Have you been harassed by anyone? Never. Yang Kai shook his head, vaguely understanding what Situ Kong meant. He probed. Senior means the first and is protecting me. Situ Kong didn't deny it and said, those guys, they're both good and evil. Many of them aren't easy to talk to. In other words, his first in was relatively polite. The lady boss spoke at this time. Yang Kai, although my first in is powerful, we can't offend too many people for you. Are you selling the Golden Crow's corpse or not? It's best if you give me an answer today. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. Can you give me some time to think about it? The lady boss frowned. What do you still want to think about? Yang Kai said with a bashful face. 10 days, give me 10 more days. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in 10 days. The lady boss stared at him and said, that's impossible. 10 days is too long. You don't know how much pressure the first in is under right now. We've already offended a lot of people just by guarding against those people. 10 days is too long. If 10 days wasn't enough, then what the hell was he doing? Yang Kai estimated that he would need at least 10 more days to condense the fire elemental energy. At that time, the Golden Crow's corpse wouldn't be of much use to him. 3 days, Situ Kong suddenly said. Only 3 days. Think about it carefully. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he got up and left. This was an ultimatum. Yang Kai followed behind and begged, Lady Boss Senior, let's talk things over. 3 days is too short. I might not be able to think it through. The lady boss turned around and said unhappily, think about your own life. I believe you will consider it carefully. Then she directly closed the door, as if she wanted to lock Yang Kai inside. After the two left, Yang Kai's face was full of worry. 3 days. At that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to condense the fire elemental energy. But since they had said so, they wouldn't give him any room for negotiation. After 3 days, it might not be so peaceful. Now that time was tight. Although Yang Kai was worried, he didn't dare to delay. He quickly opened the room's restriction and dove into the Rui pouch. Over the next 3 days, Yang Kai entered the Rui pouch many times to absorb the Golden Crow true fire, even going so far as to ignore the damage to his body. His progress was much faster, but he was still some distance away from the saturation of his Dao seal. After 3 days, the lady boss came again. This time he didn't see Situ Kong. Thinking about it, although the Golden Crow's corpse was precious, in the end, it was just a piece of material. For a high-grade heaven splitter cultivator to personally come here was already important enough. The rest could be handled by the lady boss. In a side room, the lady boss looked at Yang Kai and said, Boss said that if you can give me the Golden Crow's corpse, the previous 2 conditions won't change. Furthermore, before you reach the 5th grade heaven splitter realm, my first and will guarantee your safety. We absolutely won't let anything happen to you. The benefits had suddenly doubled. Although the lady boss's conditions were good, he could only choose one of the 2, which seemed a bit weak. Now he could choose both. To be honest, if it were anyone from the Emperor realm facing this kind of temptation, they would probably immediately agree. If Yang Kai hadn't been determined to reach the high-grade heaven splitter realm, if he hadn't discovered that he could absorb the Golden Crow true fire, he probably wouldn't have refused. But the golden path was right beneath his feet. If he agreed now, he would have no fate with the Supreme Martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't want to regret his impulsive decision today, one day. I believe that other powers will find it difficult to offer such conditions. Stinking brat, if you still know what's good for you, then there's really nothing I can do. Yang Kai said with a sincere expression, I can clearly feel the sincerity of the first in and senior Situ, but cut the crap. Just tell me if you agree or not. The lady boss didn't give him a chance to speak, directly interrupting him. Her attitude was so firm that there was nothing to say. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and said, I agree, of course I agree. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled like a flower. At least you know what's good for you. But can you wait a few more days? Madame Lan's pretty face darkened, and she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What are you planning? Since you've agreed, why wait a few more days? It's a personal matter, I can't tell you. Yang Kai said calmly, almost angering Madame Lan to death. But I can guarantee that I'll definitely offer up the Golden Crow's corpse with both hands after this. He thought that this would buy him some time, but who knew that Madame Lan would slowly shake her head and say, Even if the first can wait, the others can't. She looked deeply at Yang Kai and said, You're on your own now. She turned and left the room. Yang Kai followed her and called out a few times, but Madame Lan ignored him. Just as he walked out of the room, Yang Kai's body stiffened. This was because in that instant, dozens of powerful divine senses descended from the sky, enveloping him like a magnificent world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He shuddered and hurriedly retreated, swallowing his saliva, his face full of lingering fear. He had been hiding in his room all this time. Although he knew that many strong cultivators had come, he hadn't seen them in person, so his concept of them was still rather vague. Only now did he have a deep understanding of them. In this situation, hiding in his room was the safest. It was too dangerous outside. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and almost cursed out loud. The restrictions in the room had all lost their effect at this moment. It was obvious that this was Madame Lan's doing. Although his room plate could control the various restrictions in the side rooms and prevent others from prying, Madame Lan was the lady boss of the first inn, so she would definitely be able to do the same. Moreover, her authority would definitely be higher than his as a guest. In other words, if Madame Lan wanted to close the restrictions in his room, he couldn't open them again. The moment the restrictions lost their effect, the dozens of divine senses he had sensed earlier once again attacked him. Without the restrictions in the room, those divine senses were unimpeded and scrutinized Yang Kai carefully. In an instant, Yang Kai's whole body went cold, and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A well-built young man appeared at the door and looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai was shocked. He asked in shock, Who are you? The young man entered uninvited. A thick, demonic chi flowed around him, making him look demonic and wild. He said calmly, You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Kid, you'd better answer honestly. Without pausing, the young man asked directly, Is the Golden Crow's corpse in your hands? Or has it been taken by Madame Lan? Chapter 39-29. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. It was inconvenient to inquire about the lady boss, so Yang Kai was the best place to start. However, Yang Kai had been well protected by the first inn, so they couldn't inquire about him even if they wanted to. Now that the first inn had made their stance clear, they naturally had no more concerns. Naturally, Kai Yang wouldn't answer this kind of question honestly. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should shift the blame to someone else, he discovered that he couldn't even think of lying. In front of this youth who was covered in demon chi, it was as if all of his inner thoughts couldn't be hidden and could be seen clearly. Was this the power of a high grade split the heavens? When he faced Sido Kong before, he didn't give him so much pressure, but now, facing this young man, Yang Kai found that even breathing was a luxury. Cold sweat slid down his forehead as Yang Kai looked up with difficulty. The young man opposite him smiled faintly, but behind him there seemed to be a ferocious beast that wanted to swallow him whole. His flesh and blood wriggled, his bones creaked, and an aura of death enveloped him. He would die. He would definitely die. The evil aura on the young man's body made him understand that if his answer didn't satisfy him, this guy might really make a move on him. In a split second, Yang Kai had no choice. He gritted his teeth and hid in the Rui pouch. There was really no other way. He didn't dare to expose the sealed world bead, and he couldn't escape by teleporting. Hiding in the Rui pouch might give him a chance to breathe, but in this way, he would become a turtle in a jar. It was simply drinking poison to quench his thirst. The moment Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the young man raised his eyebrows. The golden crow! He reached out and grabbed the Rui pouch. The moment the pouch opened, he clearly felt the aura of the golden crow from it and immediately understood that the golden crow was still in Yang Kai's hands. His movements couldn't be said to be slow, but someone else was faster. While the Rui pouch was still in midair, the shadows of several palms appeared out of thin air and grabbed at it. The young man laughed. A bunch of shameless bastards. With a boom, the demonic chi swept out, and the tables in the room turned into dust. The young man rushed forward like a dragon out of the sea. Boom, 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 the world force collided in the void. In this instant, countless powerhouses exchanged blows, and there were muffled grunts mixed in. The first inn, which had stood tall in the void for thousands of years, suddenly shattered. Dozens of figures shot out from it in all directions. Many of them were locked in a fierce battle, using all kinds of strange moves and secret techniques to fight each other. Madame Lan stood somewhere in the void, her face ashen. She looked at where the first inn used to be and gritted her teeth. She held White 7 in one hand and the bookkeeper in the other. The cold air around her pierced through one's heart. Bai Chi's mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff a fist in it. The accident happened so suddenly that he didn't realize what was going on. Only now did he shout, "Lady boss, they tore down our inn." The bookkeeper's eyes widened. What should we do? Since the opening of the first inn, not many people dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to do so generally didn't live long. However, the people who caused trouble this time were different. There were quite a few people who didn't fear the first inn at all. Even if the inn was destroyed, it would be destroyed for nothing. They couldn't ask for compensation. After all, the owner of the first inn was also involved. "Stinking brat, I'm going to skin you alive," Madame Lan said hatefully. If Yang Kai hadn't been hiding the golden crow's corpse, how could the first inn have suffered such misfortune? If they had handed over the golden crow's corpse earlier, nothing would have happened. Now that the matter had escalated, no one knew how to deal with it. The 6 heaven opening powerhouses fought in the void, and the scepter pouch kept changing owners in their hands. Even Madame Lan couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. She could only watch from afar. It was the same for the heaven opening powerhouses of the other second-tier forces. Previously, many people had participated in the struggle for the scepter pouch, but they had all suffered quite a bit. Now they were all well-behaved. They knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was destined to fall into the hands of the heaven-opening powerhouses this time, so they didn't waste time and energy. Thinking on the bright side, although the Golden Crow's corpse was incomparably valuable, it wasn't worth them risking their lives for it. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was hiding in the scepter pouch, was very calm. Although the heaven-opening powerhouses' attacks were earth-shattering, they protected the scepter pouch well. This was because they also knew that if the scepter pouch was damaged, the contents of the pouch would very likely fall into the void cracks. At that time, they wouldn't be able to find it. He quietly opened a crack and released his divine sense. Before he could find anything, Yang Kai felt a pain in his head. The divine sense he released was torn to shreds by a violent force. In that fleeting glance, he seemed to have seen several experts exchanging blows. This situation made Yang Kai a little confused. Previously, he had been forced to hide in the scepter pouch to temporarily avoid the limelight due to the pressure of the young man. As for what happened after that, he vaguely guessed that the powerhouses of the first and were fighting for the scepter pouch. He didn't know who would get the scepter pouch in the end, and what would happen to him. At this time, he faintly hoped that the scepter pouch would be obtained by Situ Kong. At the very least, Situ Kong gave him a good feeling and wasn't an unreasonable person. The young man he had seen just now was surrounded by demonic chi. At a glance, he could tell that he wasn't a good person. If the scepter pouch was snatched by him, Yang Kai wouldn't have a good ending. At this time, it was impossible for him to jump out. The aftermath of the battle between the heaven-opening powerhouses was enough to shatter his body. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. The feeling of entrusting his fate to the mercy of others was very uncomfortable, and he wasn't used to it. However, the road to heaven opening was long, and he needed to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. He didn't know how long it would take for him to advance to heaven opening. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that guy covered in demonic qi. Could he be from the 10,000 demon heaven? He had heard Duan Hai mention the 10,000 demon heaven before. It was one of the top forces of the 36 paradise, and Mo Sheng, who knew if he was from the 10,000 demon heaven. As his mind wandered, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the golden crow corpse beside him, his eyes flashing. If those high-rank heaven-opening powerhouses wanted to compete for the scepter pouch, the outcome would definitely not be decided in a short time. A battle between powerhouses of this level might take a year and a half. Such a long time was enough for him to condense fire attribute power. With this thought, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had been thinking of delaying for a few days, but the lady boss didn't give him the chance at all. Who knew that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? There was no need for a year and a half. As long as he had 5 or 6 days, Yang Kai would be able to completely saturate the fire attribute power in his Dao seal. At that time, no matter how valuable this golden crow corpse was, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Who would have thought that the wrong move he had been forced to make would be the key to victory? There was no need to hesitate. Yang Kai first sealed the scepter pouch, although this move might be a little redundant. And if those high-rank heaven openers wanted to open the scepter pouch, a mere seal shouldn't be a problem for them. It could at least delay him for a while, giving him time to disguise himself. If he was discovered to be secretly absorbing the golden crow's true fire, all his secrets would be exposed. Sitting cross-legged in front of the golden crow corpse, Yang Kai pressed his hand on the golden crow's forehead as usual, urging the power of his Dao seal to guide the true fire in the golden crow's body into his body. Time passed little by little, and the battle outside continued. No one would have thought that a mere cultivator from the Emperor realm would have the guts to secretly do something under the noses of a group of high-rank heaven openers. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the fire attribute power in his Dao seal became more and more abundant, and Yang Kai's anxious heart slowly relaxed. He gradually forgot about his own situation and immersed himself in condensing fire attribute power. It wasn't until a certain moment, when the fire attribute power in his Dao seal became completely smooth and could no longer absorb any more golden crow's true fire, that Yang Kai suddenly woke up and knew that he had successfully condensed fire attribute power. Quietly feeling around, Yang Kai found that there was still some true fire in the golden crow's corpse, but it was obviously much thinner than before, so he didn't know if it was enough for another person to condense fire attribute power. However, this had nothing to do with him anymore. This adventure had yielded results, so Yang Kai was satisfied. Even if the golden crow's corpse was taken away and he didn't get the slightest benefit, he would accept it. Now, all that was left was to figure out how to get away. Hiding in the wishful scepter pouch wasn't a solution. He still had to face what he had to face. Moreover, Yang Kai wasn't sure who his wishful scepter pouch would end up in. It was fine if it fell into Situ Kong's hands. But what if it fell into the hands of others? He wanted to investigate the situation outside, but when he recalled the pain of his divine sense being torn apart last time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai made up his mind, gritted his teeth, opened the barrier, and quietly released his divine sense. He was mentally prepared to endure the destruction of his divine sense, but who would have thought that the situation outside was a little different from what he had imagined? The battle between the several high-rank heaven opening masters had stopped at some point, and the void was calm. In his perception, there weren't many people here. A chessboard was laid out in the void, and Situ Kong was sitting on one side of the chessboard. Opposite him was the young man Yang Kai had seen before, as well as a few people with deep auras who were watching from the side. The lady boss, Bai Qi, the bookkeeper, and many of the workers of the first and were standing behind Situ Kong. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Just as he was puzzled, Situ Kong suddenly said, "Come out, can you hide for a lifetime?" As he spoke, he glanced around lightly. Even through the wishful scepter pouch, Yang Kai could feel that this glance was looking into the depths of his soul. Chapter 39:30. Yang Kai didn't need to think to know that these words were directed at him. He hesitated for a moment, knowing that this was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Anyway, he had already condensed his fire elemental power, so he had nothing else to ask for. He immediately made up his mind and jumped out of the Rui pouch. In an instant, several gazes focused on him with a sense of scrutiny. Yang Kai's skin tightened, and the young man sitting across from Situ Kong even sneered at him, making Yang Kai's heart beat like a drum. He thought that this guy wouldn't attack him out of anger, right? If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, whether it was the scrutiny or the young man's sneer, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, no one paid attention to him anymore. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He quickly hid behind Situ Kong and quietly exhaled. A hostile gaze came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and met Madame Lan's gem-like eyes. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile, cupped his hands, and said in a low voice, "Lady Boss!" The lady boss's beautiful eyes were murderous. She gritted her teeth and said, "Brat, this is what you've done." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, then took 2 steps back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Qi. The lady boss seemed to be very angry. Although he didn't know why, it was better to stay away from her. Bai Qi secretly gave him a thumbs up with an expression of admiration, making Yang Kai a little speechless. It was only now that he saw that his Rui pouch was currently in Situ Kong's hand. Obviously, in the previous battle, the owner of the first and had won. Otherwise, the Rui pouch wouldn't have fallen into his hands. What's the situation now? Yang Kai couldn't understand the situation. He didn't know why Situ Kong had snatched the Rui pouch, but was still playing chess with others. There was no one he could ask, so he could only ask Bai Qi. Bai Qi looked around and secretly transmitted her voice. The master is currently using the skill of chess to determine the winner. This is the last one. As long as we can beat this one, our owner can win the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, using chess skills to determine the winner. Weren't they engaged in a fierce battle before? Why did it suddenly change from a martial arts fight to a civil one? This change in situation was a little too sudden. Moreover, since Situ Kong had already snatched the Rui pouch, he should just run away quickly. There was no need to discuss chess skills with others. However, on second thought, if he could run away, why would Situ Kong stay behind? The people present were all high-grade heaven splitters. Although Situ Kong had won first and obtained the wish pouch, if the others joined forces, Situ Kong would not be a match for them no matter how powerful he was. On the other hand, it was the same. No matter which of these high-grade heaven splitters obtained the wish pouch, the others wouldn't let it go. This was an unsolvable situation. There would always be one person who would be attacked by the others. It was probably because of this that they changed from fighting to fighting. They didn't have to waste any effort. They just had to sit down and settle the matter amicably. Why not? However, it was not difficult to tell from Bai Qi's words that even in chess, Situ Kong was better. Yang Kai did not have a deep understanding of chess. He was still at the level of being able to understand and play a few games, so Yang Kai could not tell who was stronger between Situ Kong and the young man from the chessboard. However, from observing the situation, he could clearly feel the confidence in Situ Kong's strategy. On the contrary, the young man frowned from time to time with a difficult expression. The speed at which he placed his chess pieces was also much slower than Situ Kong. According to this situation, it was only a matter of time before Situ Kong defeated his last opponent. Bored, Yang Kai was now concerned about his wish pouch. He did not need to think about the golden crow's corpse. Now that it had fallen into Situkong's hands, he would definitely not be able to get it back. Moreover, his fire attribute power had reached perfection, so there was no need to offend anyone. However, he still wanted the wish pouch. He did not know if Situkong would return it to him. If Situkong took away his wish pouch, it would be a big loss. He thought about it with a conflicted expression. At this moment, a crashing sound was heard, startling Yang Kai. He looked up and saw that the chessboard between Situkong and the young man had been overturned. The black and white chess pieces were flying. The young man suddenly stood up and said with a bored expression, "I'm not playing anymore. It's boring." Playing chess to overturn the chessboard, his chess skills were quite good. Situkong also stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you for letting me win." The young man looked at him coldly. "Don't be so smug. You've just lived a few more years. If it were something else, I would not lose to you." Situkong said indifferently, "Living a long life is also a capital." The young man said, "Live a long life and die early. I hope that the next time I see you, you'll still be so energetic. I'm leaving." After saying this, his figure swayed and turned into a cloud of black mist, speeding away into the distance. This guy actually left as soon as he said so. He did not hesitate at all. When the other high-rank sky splitters saw this, they all took their leave. No one said anything to congratulate them. They probably weren't in the mood to congratulate others. The reason why they had stayed until now was probably to see the final result. Now that the result was out, there was naturally no need to stay. In the blink of an eye, the outsiders had all left. The people left were the people of the first in. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, because to the others, he was also an outsider. The lady boss smiled and said, "Congratulations, boss, congratulations, boss." The rest of the people also congratulated him. Situkong waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to congratulate. It's just a set of materials. Fortunately, although there were some twists and turns, I got it in the end." He looked at Yang Kai and smiled slightly. "Take it out." As he spoke, he threw the wish pouch to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it with some surprise and decisively shook out the golden crow's corpse from it. He then quickly put away the wish pouch, as if he was afraid that it would be robbed. Situkong did not mind. All his attention was attracted by the golden crow's corpse. The others were the same. Of the people present, no one had observed the corpse of an adult golden crow at such a close distance. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. No matter what, he had absorbed a lot of the golden crow's true fire from this golden crow's body and condensed his own 5 elements fire force. Compared to the beginning, the true fire in this golden crow's corpse was greatly reduced. He did not know if Situkong could see anything. Fortunately, Situkong only checked it briefly before waving his hand. The golden crow's corpse disappeared in an instant. No one knew where it was stored. The only thing he was sure of was that it was definitely not stored in a space ring. His sealed world bead could barely accommodate this golden crow's corpse, so it was impossible for a space ring to accommodate it. "I'll leave the rest to you." Situkong looked at Madame Lan after storing the golden crow's corpse. Madame Lan bowed gracefully. "Rest assured, boss." Situkong nodded and formed a seal with one hand. A complex spirit array pattern suddenly appeared under his feet and slowly rotated. Yang Kai clearly felt the fluctuations of space principles from it, just as he was surprised and thought that Situkong was also proficient in space principles. The spirit array pattern flashed and Situkong disappeared. Yang Kai watched in a daze for a moment before suddenly understanding that it was not Situkong who was proficient in space principles. What he used just now should be the universe escape technique that Bai Qi had told him about. He had escaped to a certain universe temple. So this is the universe escape technique. Yang Kai pondered. If this was the case, the drawbacks of this universe escape technique were not small. Situkong had a high-rank heaven opening realm cultivation, but it still took him some time to use this universe escape technique, so those who were weaker than him would definitely spend more time. Don't underestimate this little bit of time. In a life and death crisis, this little bit of time could be the key to escape. It seemed that if he wanted to use the universe escape technique to escape, he had to first ensure that he would not be disturbed by others. He had to pay attention to this point. If he were to suffer a loss in this aspect, he would have to pay a great price. Just as he was pondering, he felt a sharp gaze land on him. Yang Kai quivered and looked up, squeezing out a smile. "Lady Boss," Madame Lan smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, "You are called Yang Kai?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "That's right." The Lady Boss nodded slightly. Yang Kai thought that she was going to say something else, but unexpectedly she did not respond. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. Yang Kai was a little scared. He cupped his hands and said, "If Lady Boss has no other instructions, I will take my leave first." It was not good to stay in a dangerous place. After saying this, he turned around and left without waiting for her reaction. "You don't want your things anymore?" The Lady Boss's voice suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around in surprise. "What things?" The Lady Boss smiled and said, "What? Do you think that our Firstin would do something like that by force?" Yang Kai was surprised and overjoyed. He said uncertainly, "What do you mean, Lady Boss?" The Lady Boss said, "Although you were very uncooperative before and the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by our boss after much effort, the Firstin has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. How could we take you for free? If this were to spread, wouldn't outsiders say that our Firstin is a bully and that we are robbing you?" Yang Kai could not believe his ears. He hurriedly turned around and rubbed his hands, beaming with joy. "So the conditions that your Firstin mentioned before are still valid?" That was 10 million heaven opening pills, which guaranteed the protection and materials to reach the 5th stage of heaven opening. Its value was enormous. "In your dreams," the Lady Boss said grumpily, "if you had cooperated earlier, those conditions naturally would not have changed. But now that the situation has changed, those 2 conditions can only be discounted. I'm sure you understand." Yang Kai was startled for a moment, but he did not pursue the matter. He nodded and said, I understand. Then, how much compensation can I get?" This was a pleasant surprise, so there was no need to be polite. The Lady Boss casually took out a space ring and shook it on her fingertips. "There are 10 million heaven opening pills in here." As she spoke, she tossed the ring over. Chapter 39-31. Yang Kai received the ring, swept it with his divine sense, and was immediately stunned. Inside the ring, there was a small mountain of heaven-opening pills, all of them shining with a glossy luster, almost blinding his eyes. Yang Kai didn't count them in detail, but from a general impression, this number of 10 million was correct. 10 million, this was a full 10 million heaven-opening pills. He had actually obtained them so easily for anyone who had just entered the starry cosmos world. This was a huge amount of wealth. If one had the means, they could even buy a set of 6th-grade materials with more than enough to spare. Old Fong and Dai, you would never have imagined that they would one day be able to hold a ring with 10 million heaven-opening pills in it. Yang Kai was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, secretly thinking that this first was really quite good. Even now, it was still giving him such a generous compensation, causing him to feel a little guilty. After all, he had absorbed a lot of the Golden Crow's true fire, and he didn't know if the remaining Golden Crow's true fire in the Golden Crow's corpse was enough for another person to condense their fire attribute strength. If it wasn't enough, it was likely he would end up wasting their entire cultivation. However, it wasn't appropriate for Yang Kai to remind others of this, so he could only keep it to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, he heard the Lady Boss coldly say, "I've given you your compensation. Now, let's talk about this queen's losses." Yang Kai raised his head in surprise. "Losses? What losses?" Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, even the space ring on his hand felt a little hot. The Lady Boss gently sneered. "My Firstin's business is all about credibility. We have always been honest with our customers. If you give us benefits, our first in will pay you back. But if you cause losses to our first in, we will naturally compensate you. It is very fair." Reaching out, she shouted, "Count!" The bookkeeper stepped out from the crowd, a small golden abacus in his hand making a crackling sound. A moment later, under the dumbfounded gaze of Yang Kai, the accountant finished his work and presented the abacus to the lady boss, a look of pity on his face as he said to Yang Kai, including the cost of the room, "The total is 20,046,000 pills." The lady boss gently nodded, her slender jade fingers moving the abacus a few times as she lightly said, "Round it up and count it as 20 million. "Yes, sir," the accountant replied. The lady boss stretched out her hand again, and before Yang Kai could react, the space ring in his hand containing 10 million opening heaven pills was snatched back. The lady boss pinched the space ring and gestured to Yang Kai, "This is 10 million. You still owe me 10 million opening heaven pills from the first stack." Yang Kai was a little confused. A moment ago, he had become rich overnight, holding 10 million heaven opening pills in his hand. In the next instant, he had inexplicably become someone who owed 10 million heaven opening pills. Then he became furious. He gritted his teeth and looked at the lady boss. "Is it fun to play with people?" The lady boss looked at him with her phoenix eyes and said indifferently, "Do you think I'm playing with you? This consort doesn't have the time to do such a boring thing." "Then what do you mean?" Yang Kai's anger surged in his chest, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. He secretly swore in his heart that if this woman didn't tell him the truth, he would immediately summon his blue dragon spear and poke a few holes in her beautiful face. As for whether he could beat her or not, he would fight first. He just happened to have a golden extinguishing, mist, golden feather in his hand. "What do you mean?" The lady boss smiled angrily as she pointed to the side and said, "Look for yourself." Yang Kai turned his head and stared for a long time before his eyes began to ache. Only then did he turn back and ask, "What are you looking at?" There was nothing there, so what the hell was he looking at? The lady boss grit her teeth and slowly said, "The first stack was destroyed." "What does that have to do with me?" Yang Kai swallowed his words halfway. He frowned and vaguely understood what was going on. He said speechlessly, "I wasn't the one who destroyed the first stack. Why are you looking for me?" The lady boss said, "If it wasn't for you, how could the first stack have been destroyed? This consort has been in charge of the first stack for more than 1,300 years. I've been cautious and conscientious and have never made a mistake. But today, because of you, you brat, even the inn has been destroyed. Who else can I look for if not you?" Yang Kai said, "Of course you're looking for the person who did it. Don't worry, none of the people who did it will be able to escape. But you're the cause of this, so you have to take the main responsibility. This consort will compensate you for the loss of 20 million taels. That's not too much, is it? You woman." Yang Kai was furious. "Can you still be reasonable?" A figure flashed by, and a fragrant wind hit him. A slender, jade-like finger tapped on his chest, a dangerous aura pulsing from the fingertip. Madame Lan narrowed her eyes and said, "Say what you just said again." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at his chest. His atoms apple-bobbed as he rearranged his words. "Lady boss, can't we be a little more reasonable? I sympathize with the destruction of your first stack, but I didn't do anything. Isn't it a little unreasonable for you to settle accounts with me like this?" "Unreasonable?" The lady boss was so angry that she laughed. "If you had accepted this consort's conditions earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? It's my freedom to accept or not. The first stack is open for business. You can't force a deal, can you?" The lady boss said, "Who's forcing a deal with you? It's your freedom to accept or not. But do you dare say that the destruction of the first stack has nothing to do with you?" "I don't think it has anything to do with me." Yang Kai straightened his neck. The lady boss examined him for a while, then suddenly laughed. She withdrew her hand and flicked her sleeve. "It's fine if you don't want to admit it. No one dares to go back on their word with my first stack. Yang Kai cracked his knuckles as he glared fiercely at the lady boss. The lady boss looked at him with a smile on her face, her eyes full of contempt. Behind the lady boss, Bai Chi kept sending him meaningful glances, indicating that he should calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai suppressed his urge to take out the golden annihilation plume and cause a scene. He turned his head and said, I don't have money anyway. 10 million heaven opening pills was an unimaginable number. Where would Yang Kai get them? The lady boss said, I don't expect you to pay me back now. HM? Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Then, should I write an IOU? It wouldn't be bad if he could get away with an IOU. In any case, the world was big. As long as he was careful, he might not be able to meet the lady boss again. Of course, if the lady boss used her connections in the first stack to look for someone, unless Yang Kai didn't show up in front of others, it really wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Why would I want an IOU? The lady boss snorted disdainfully. She looked him up and down and said indifferently, Pay me back with your body. Yang Kai almost vomited blood. He almost thought that he had misheard. What? The lady boss was too lazy to pay attention to him. She called out, Bring him along and get ready to go. Bai Chi and the bookkeeper obeyed and went out. Sandwiching Yang Kai between them, Yang Kai was stunned. What are you doing? The bookkeeper's dead fish face was expressionless, but Bai Chi kept blinking at him. He didn't know what she was trying to say. Madame Lan raised her hand and summoned a small boat-like artifact. The boat quickly grew bigger and turned into a huge ship more than 100 feet long. It was divided into 3 floors. Then, in a flash, it flew to a wing on the top floor of the ship and disappeared. The other people of the first stack also flew onto the big ship one after another and entered the cabin to get busy. Yang Kai was led onto the ship by Bai Chi and the bookkeeper. This ship didn't look very eye-catching on the surface, but Yang Kai could feel that this big ship was obviously much more high-end than the one in Great Moon Province. After all, this was the ship of the lady boss of the first stack. If it was too inferior, it wouldn't be appropriate for her identity. With a buzzing sound, the big ship shook, and then a layer of film visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface, wrapping the whole ship. The next moment, Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the whole ship was moving in one direction at a very fast speed. Yang Kai was confused. He turned to look at Bai Chi and asked, Where are we going? Bai Chi shook her head and said, I don't know. The lady boss didn't say. You don't know either? He turned to look at the bookkeeper, who let go of him without saying a word and then went into the cabin. Bai Chi stretched and saw that Yang Kai was still depressed. She reached out and patted him on the shoulder and said, Are you still depressed? Aren't you depressed about this? Bai Chi thought about it seriously and nodded. It's quite depressing, but there are pros and cons to everything. We should think positively. Yang Kai said angrily, I don't know what's in it for me. Look over there. Bai Chi pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and vaguely saw that there seemed to be a big ship standing quietly in the void in the distance. What do you mean? Yang Kai was confused. Bai Chi chuckled. I'm not sure which force that ship belongs to, but if you had gone on the road alone just now, they definitely wouldn't have let you go and would have followed you. It's not hard for you to guess what the consequences would have been, right? Yang Kai frowned and said, But Master Situ has already taken away the Golden Crow's corpse. It's useless for them to find me. Even though that's the case, who knows if you obtained any other benefits from the Sun Crow Divine Palace? For example, the Grandson Primordial Fire or Grandson Primordial Gold. Yang Kai was startled. He gritted his teeth and said, You've gone too far. He didn't have the Grandson Primordial Gold, but he did have a lot of Grandson Primordial Fire. He even had 3 fifth-grade ones. Bai Chi patted him on the shoulder. Don't be fooled by the lady boss's cold look. In fact, she's protecting you. After all, whether you're willing or not, you've made a deal with the First In. The First In can't burn the bridge and ignore your life and death, right? If that's the case, I don't know what the world will think of the first inn. According to what you're saying, should I go and thank the lady boss? Up to you. Bai Qi shrugged. Yang Kai said angrily, even so, why did she add 10 million to my debt? If she wanted to protect me, she could have just told me. This. Bai Qi scratched his chin. I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask the lady boss yourself. But then again, the destruction of the first inn does have something to do with you. Chapter 39-32. In front of a room on the top floor of the ship, Yang Kai stood in front of the door with a hesitant expression. After hesitating for a long time, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside the room. Come in. Yang Kai braced himself and pushed the door open. Looking around, the room's decorations could not be considered luxurious. Instead, it gave off a fresh and elegant feeling. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. It was very pleasant to smell. It was hard to tell if it was a body fragrance or sandalwood. There was no trace of the lady boss. She should be in the inner room. Opening the bead curtain, he walked into the inner room. At a glance, he saw the lady boss lying on a fragrant couch, her hand supporting her temple. Her curves were graceful, and her appearance was lazy. When Yang Kai came in, he did not look at her. He just said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Kai Yang didn't open his mouth and just stood in front of her, quietly sizing her up. Although he had come into contact with her many times before, each time it was just a battle of words, a secret confrontation. He really didn't have the heart to carefully examine her. Now that he was sizing her up, he discovered that the lady boss really was a heavenly beauty. Her entire body exuded a mature charm. Even if she was just lying there, she still gave off an indescribable temptation. No wonder the guests in the inn often took advantage of her with words. Not many men could easily ignore such a beauty. On the couch, the lady boss suddenly opened her eyes. "If you look around again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Yang Kai lowered his gaze and walked straight up. Under the lady boss's dumbfounded gaze, he directly climbed onto the bed. Crossing over her body, he laid down on the inner side. His entire body spread out. Turning his head, he said with a humiliated expression, "Even if you can obtain my body, you can forget about obtaining my heart." The lady boss was stunned. Yang Kai's actions were really too shocking. Even someone as strong as her sixth-stage heaven, splitter cultivation, was unable to react for a moment, and Yang Kai climbed onto the bed. As if she had been stung by a scorpion, she bounced up. Standing on the bed, she looked at Yang Kai, trembling with anger. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Didn't you say—" After a dozen or so breaths, the door opened with a miserable scream. Yang Kai flew out like an arrow from a bow. He crashed into the ship's light barrier before he could stop himself. Slowly sliding down, Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand and cursed. "You didn't make yourself clear. You said something about paying with your body, and now you're attacking me. Can you still be reasonable?" Scram! Inside the room, the lady boss shouted angrily. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hearing the commotion, White Seven and the others ran out of the cabin and saw Yang Kai standing there with a look of grief and indignation. There were two large dark circles around his eyes, which were extremely symmetrical. Suddenly, he felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. "What are you looking at? Get back to work." The lady boss roared again. Bai Qi and the others shrank their necks and ran away without a trace. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice before returning to the cabin. "What did you say? Say it again." The lady boss's voice sounded. Yang Kai glared angrily at the third floor's room. His mouth squirmed for a long time before he lowered his head and said, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." He plunged into the cabin and found a spare room to live in. The room was not small, and it was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his injured eyes, feeling extremely sullen. Previously, when the lady boss said that he would pay with his body, he thought that was something else. But who knew that she didn't mean that at all? That crazy woman just wanted him to work at the first inn to pay back the money. Only when he paid back the 10 million heaven opening pills would he regain his freedom. Yang Kai didn't know how Bai Qi and the others calculated their wages, but thinking about it, 10 million heaven opening pills wouldn't be so easy to pay back. He estimated that he would have to follow that crazy woman for the next few decades, or even a century. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sighed. Following the lady boss wasn't without benefits. At the very least, a 6th grade heaven opening pill was a great deterrent, so he didn't have to worry about his safety. But following her was also very dangerous. He had secretly absorbed most of the golden crow true fire and condensed the power of the 5 elements fire. If she saw any clues in the future, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Thinking of the golden crow true fire, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. Previously, when he condensed the power of the 5 elements fire in the wishful scepter pouch, he didn't have time to carefully examine it. Only now did he have some free time, so he naturally wanted to see the changes in his body. He calmed his qi and concentrated, examining his body. Within the Tao seal, 2 lights circulated, 1 green and 1 black. The green light surged with vitality, while the black light was reserved and low-key. However, it contained an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of the wood element and the power of the fire element coexisted perfectly within the Tao seal, creating the alternating red and black colors of the Tao seal. It looked a bit strange, but it also gave off a feeling of firm strength. The golden crow true fire's power was extraordinary. Now that he had successfully condensed the power of the fire element, Yang Kai increasingly felt that what the lady boss had said before was correct. Only a sufficiently powerful wood element could suppress the golden crow true fire. If the wood element in the Tao seal wasn't strong enough, then even if it absorbed the golden crow true fire, the Tao seal would still be in danger of collapsing. And once the Tao seal collapsed, that would be the destruction of the entire foundation of the martial Tao. At that time, there would only be death. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt that his strength seemed to have increased somewhat. He couldn't help but feel a trace of understanding. It seemed that his strength was about the same as the strength of the heaven-opening realm. Even if he was an existence that had condensed a Tao seal, there was still a huge gap in strength. The root of this gap should be the amount of yin, yang, and 5 elements fire element energy condensed. Every time he successfully condensed a portion of energy, his strength would increase by quite a bit. And once he condensed the 5 elements fire element energy, he would experience an explosive growth. This kind of person was usually called half-step heaven opening. Once he truly split open the heavens and earth in his body, his strength would soar once more. Of course, the increase in strength was directly related to the quality of the materials he absorbed. It was a direct relationship. A cultivator that absorbed a 3rd grade phase material would naturally have a greater increase in strength than a cultivator that absorbed a 7th grade phase material. Yang Kai felt that his strength had increased quite a bit, but since there was no one to fight in a life and death battle, he couldn't make a concrete judgment. No matter what, this was a good thing for him. The trip to the Golden Crow Divine Palace had made him feel an urgent need to increase his strength once more. He didn't want to experience being chased by a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators again. Inwardly, he decided that unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't rashly use the Golden Crow True Flame. Otherwise, it was extremely likely that his secret would be exposed. Now that the fire element energy had been completely condensed and its quality satisfied Yang Kai's requirements, even if he didn't know what grade the Golden Crow True Flame was, there was no doubt that it was at least 7th grade. From wood to fire, from fire to earth. The next step was to condense the formless earth element energy. Being able to obtain the Golden Crow True Flame this time was a coincidence, but where would he go to find 7th grade earth element materials, or even 7th grade earth element materials? A 7th grade material, if converted into heaven-opening pills, would be worth at least 150 million pills. Yang Kai even suspected that this was not something that could be purchased with heaven-opening pills. Once this kind of treasure appeared, just like the sun's true gold, it would definitely attract countless masters to compete for it. Even if some great force had such a material, it would likely only serve as a strategic resource. What did he have that could be exchanged with those factions? Yang Kai couldn't think of anything no matter how he thought about it. Furthermore, without enough strength to act as a guarantee, he didn't have the qualifications to exchange anything with others. There was no point in thinking about this for now. The fire element energy had just been condensed and needed some time to properly stabilize. The large ship continued to fly, heading to some unknown destination. Just as he was meditating, a series of knocks suddenly came from the door. Yang Kai frowned and got up to open the door. He saw Bai Qi holding a tray with a few exquisite side dishes and a pot of wine on it. The fragrance of the dishes assailed his nostrils. Yang Kai forced a smile and turned to the side. "Come in." Bai Qi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said, "These things aren't for you." Yang Kai was speechless. "If you're not for me to eat, why did you bring it here?" Bai Qi pointed up. "The lady boss wants it." Yang Kai was puzzled. "The lady boss wants you to bring it to her. Why did you bring it to me?" Bai Qi looked at him sympathetically. "The lady boss specifically asked you to bring it to her." After saying that, she stuffed the tray into Yang Kai's hands and didn't care about his reaction. "I'll leave it to you. Do a good job." Looking at Bai Qi's departing figure, Yang Kai stood there in a daze for a long time before he flew into a rage. "You've gone too far." He raised the tray high and wanted to throw it on the ground, but after a long time he didn't throw it. The corners of his eyes twitched. He thought to himself, "Does that crazy woman really think of me as a waiter in the shop? How can she be so arrogant?" Taking a few deep breaths to calm the anger in his heart, Yang Kai looked at the few side dishes on the tray in his hand and wished he could spit a few mouthfuls of saliva on them. However, considering that the lady boss might be monitoring this place, it was better not to do so. "What are you waiting for? Get up here." The lady boss's voice came into his ears. Yang Kai shivered and secretly cursed that this woman was indeed paying attention to this place. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively just now. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer. "I'm coming. Why are you rushing me?" Yang Kai responded angrily and walked out with the tray. He stomped to the top floor and kicked open the door. Before he walked in, a gust of wind blew in his face, blowing him back. "Didn't your master tell you to knock before you enter the house?" With a bang, the door closed, almost knocking Yang Kai's nose out of joint. After standing in front of the door for a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is anyone home?" "Come in." The lady boss's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered the inner room. He put the tray on the table and said, "Here's what you want. Enjoy." "Where are you going?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Back to rest." "What else do you want?" The lady boss still maintained the same lazy posture as before. Her rosy little mouth pointed at the table and said, "Fill it up." Chapter 39-33. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched for a moment, but under the gaze of the lady boss, Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured himself a glass of wine. The lady boss, who was reclining on the bed, stretched out her delicate jade white hand and gestured. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger. "Are you that lazy?" She was clearly torturing him, but he couldn't win against her, so he could only pass the wine cup to someone else. The lady boss was very forthright. She drank it in one gulp, then rubbed the wine cup between her fingers. She squinted at him, not convinced. Yang Kai looked up at the roof. "I don't dare. Anyway, I'm in your hands. You can kill me or scrape me as you wish." The lady boss chuckled. "If you're not convinced, just say it out loud." What's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman just didn't know what she was talking about. The more he paid attention to her, the more arrogant she became. The lady boss said lazily, "The first hotel is famous. Many people want to join, but don't have the connections. Now that you're lucky enough to join, I don't know how many people will envy you. Brat, don't take it for granted." Yang Kai turned to look at her and laughed. The lady boss looked at him and said, "You'll be working under me in the future. Are you going to treat me with this attitude?" Yang Kai said in a bad mood, "Then what kind of attitude do you want?" The lady boss said, "I don't want you to be respectful, but you should at least show some respect. If other people see you like this, how can I discipline them? I was born like this." The lady boss snorted. She was obviously very dissatisfied with his attitude, but she didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, she said, "Where is your home?" No comment. "Who's in your home?" No comment. After asking several questions and not getting any decent answers, the lady boss seemed to gradually lose her patience. She waved her hand and said, "You can leave now." Yang Kai clasped his hands and turned to leave. The lady boss's voice came from behind. "From now on, you'll be in charge of my 3 meals a day, as well as washing and washing." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at her, only to see that the lady boss had already lowered her head and was absent-mindedly holding her wine cup, as if she was thinking about something. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the current lady boss gave off an inexplicable sense of weakness, completely different from the feeling that the 6th-stage heaven opening expert gave off. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, "I know." When he returned to his room, before he could sit down, Bai Chi pushed the door open and entered. She closed the door behind her and asked sneakily like a thief, "Lady boss didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Yang Kai slapped the table and said angrily, "That's too much." Bai Chi was shocked and grabbed his arm. "What are you doing? Keep your voice down." Looking at Yang Kai's furious expression, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Yang Kai said, "You don't know. That stinky woman actually asked me to be in charge of her 3 meals a day in the future. She can't starve to death, even if she doesn't eat for 1,000 years, but now she actually wants me to eat 3 meals a day. It's a joke. I've never served a woman in my life. She's tormenting me and taking revenge on me." No. Bai Chi persuaded. "There's no enmity between us. Why would the lady boss take revenge on you? In fact, the lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You'll know when you get along with her for a long time." Yang Kai sneered. "I'm just afraid that I won't live long in her hands." Bai Chi laughed. "How could—" "Forget it, let's not talk about it." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since she wants to play, I'll play with her. Let's see who can hold on first." The following days were calm. Although there were dangers everywhere outside the universe, the first-in ship was a huge sign. In the 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who dared to have designs on the first-in. Yang Kai was busy every day. He was in charge of the 3 meals a day for the lady boss. He delivered them to her on time and collected the cutlery after a while. He didn't know if the lady boss ate anything. Anyway, the food he delivered was almost the same as the food he collected. Yang Kai was angry. He did things silently every time and didn't communicate much with the lady boss. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room. Bai Chi came uninvited again and directly gave him an exquisite bamboo basket. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Chi said, "In 2 hours we will pass by a world called the Geocontinent. There's a place called the Heavenly Mountain there. You go to the Heavenly Mountain, find their leader, and give this basket to him. Then you don't have to worry about it." "Alone?" Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Chi nodded. "Yes, alone. Come back as soon as you're done. Don't mess it up." As she spoke, she didn't care about Yang Kai's reaction and walked straight out. Yang Kai was confused as he held the bamboo basket. He frowned and stood there for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He lowered his head and looked at the bamboo basket. It didn't seem to be special. The weaving was very exquisite, but there were no powerful restrictions. It was not a secret treasure. It looked like it was used to store things. Juyo Continent, Heavenly Mountain. Yang Kai silently memorized it. 2 hours later, the ship that had been sailing for several days suddenly stopped. Yang Kai walked out of his room and stood on the deck looking around. At a glance, he saw a beautiful world in the distance. Even though it was quite a distance away, the aura of the world of heaven and earth rushed towards him. This should be the Juyo Continent. Yang Kai's heart flashed with a trace of understanding. Carrying the bamboo basket in his hand, he flew into the sky. The ship stopped at just the right distance, so it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the world of heaven and earth. He broke through the clouds and the barrier of this world and directly descended into this world. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to another world. When he was ordered to hunt down Fong Tai in the Seven Openings land, he had seen the scenery of this world once. This world seemed to be more powerful than that world, almost the same as the star boundary. At the very least, when Yang Kai broke through the barrier of this world and entered this world, he immediately felt several powerful divine senses sweep over him. As one of the great emperors of the star boundary, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura and knew that this was the instinctive response of the great emperors of this world when they detected the aura of a master. Immediately, Yang Kai's skin tightened. Although he was now much stronger than when he had just been promoted to the great emperors, this was the territory of others after all. Others had the backing of the entire world of heaven and earth, while he did not have the support of the star boundary. So the strength he could display was limited. If he really fought with the great emperors in this place, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was a low-rank heaven splitter, he would still be at a disadvantage. Just as he was considering how to express his intentions and identity, the several powerful divine senses flashed and disappeared without a trace. There was even a strand of divine sense that showed obvious goodwill to him before it disappeared. Yang Kai was baffled. Just as he was puzzled, he saw a figure rushing towards him from afar, and a gentle and old voice sounded in his ears. Sect Master Bao Zedong of Heaven Mountain greets the special envoy. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. When the first word was spoken, the person was still far away, but when the last word fell, the person was already standing in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked over and saw a rosy-faced fat old man not far in front of him, looking at him with a smile. The old man did not look special, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of the same kind from him. This old man was the great emperors of this world, and judging from the aura, he should be the person who showed goodwill to him just now. It turned out that the sect master of Heaven Mountain in this world was a great emperor. This was easy. He was still considering whether to ask for the way to Heaven Mountain, but now that the other party had taken the initiative to welcome him, there was no need to waste his time. But what was with the special envoy? Suppressing his doubts, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Yang Kai greets Sect Master Bao. Sect Master Bao is too polite. No matter which world it was, those who could become great emperors were extremely rare and were blessed by their respective worlds, heavens and earth. So even though this Bao Zedong looked unremarkable in his own domain, Yang Kai did not dare show the slightest disrespect. So it's special Envoy Yang. Bao Zedong smiled from ear to ear. Special Envoy Yang has such a cultivation at such a young age. It really makes me feel ashamed. Sect Master Bao is too kind. Yang Kai said politely, then changed the topic. To be honest, Sect Master Bao, although I am here to look for you, I don't know the reason. May I ask what is the meaning of special envoy? Bao Zedong smiled and pointed at the basket on Yang Kai's arm. The one who holds this basket is the special envoy. Yang Kai looked down at the basket and said in realization, You recognize this basket. That's easy. No wonder the other party, took the initiative to welcome him when he just arrived. It turned out that he recognized the basket. He thought that Bai Qi had already greeted the other party. Bao Zitong said, "This is not the place to talk. Special Envoy Yang, please follow me." As he said that, Bao Zitong stepped forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's vision started to move. He knew that this was the divine technique unique to the great emperors. In this world, any great emperors who were born in the 9 Serenities continent could go anywhere they wanted. This was slightly different from the space divine technique. In just an instant, the two of them appeared in front of a grand hall. The hall was huge, and a large group of cultivators were waiting respectfully in front of it. When they saw the two of them, they said in unison, "Greetings, Sect Master, Special Envoy." Their voices were loud and clear, and the formation was not small. It was obvious that they had been prepared. Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. In the crowd, a woman in a palace dress stepped forward. She first bowed slightly to Yang Kai, then stretched out her hands. Yang Kai turned to look at Bao Zedong, asking for his opinion. The latter smiled and said, "Basket." Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly handed the basket to the woman. He nodded and said, "Thank you." He did not know what the basket was for. Bai Qi did not explain clearly before, but the people of Sky Mountain obviously knew. Since that was the case, he did not need to ask too much. He just needed to cooperate. Chapter 39-34. The woman took the basket and soared into the sky, disappearing in no time. Bao Zedong gestured with his hand. "Special Envoy Yang, please come in for a chat." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you for your hospitality." He followed Bao Zedong into the main hall and took his seat. Immediately, a maid served high-quality tea and a plate of rare fruits. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, and the fresh fruits were fragrant. Not to mention the tea, the fruits on the plate were ones that Yang Kai had never seen before. They were obviously specialties of this world, so he casually took a few to taste. The taste was not bad, and for a cultivator with a lower cultivation, it should have the effect of increasing cultivation. However, for people like him and Bao Zedong, it was useless. At most, it was just a taste. While drinking tea and eating fruits, he casually chatted with Bao Zedong. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. After a while, Bao Zedong asked, "How is Madame recently?" Yang Kai guessed that he was probably asking about the lady boss, Madame Lan, so he nodded and said, "I'm in high spirits." He was in high spirits. Which 6th order, Kai Tian realm, cultivator needed 3 meals a day. Bao Zedong smiled. "That's good." He sighed. "Madame is also a person with a hard life." Yang Kai raised his head. "Why do you say that?" Although he had a lot of contact with the lady boss, strictly speaking, he didn't know her at all. He only knew that this woman was a 6th pin splitter with a strong background. Therefore, when he heard Bao Zedong say that she had a hard life, he couldn't help but be interested. These days, he had been tormented by the lady boss. He was full of pent-up anger, but he couldn't beat her. He couldn't wait to hear her say something bad to balance his mood. Bao Zedong waved his hand. "I misspoke. Please don't take it to heart, Special Envoy Yang." Yang Kai immediately looked disgusted. However, since the other party didn't say anything, he couldn't ask. He could only say, "Oh right, Sect Leader Bao, although I'm here under orders, I don't know what to do specifically. Does Sect Leader Bao have any advice?" Bao Zedong didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How long has Special Envoy Yang been following Madame?" "It's only been a few days." Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly. Strictly speaking, he was forced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed that crazy woman everywhere. Bao Zedong said, "No wonder. Actually, it's not a big deal. There's a kind of spiritual fruit on Tian Shan Mountain called the Snowy Skyline. It tastes unique and can't be found anywhere else. Madame likes the Snowy Skyline very much. Every time she passes by the 9th underworld, she sends people to pick some and take them away." "Snowy Skyline?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This name sounded somewhat poetic and picturesque, but he didn't know what kind of spirit fruit it was that the lady boss, a 6-stage heaven splitter, couldn't forget it. Every time she passed by here, she would pick it. He had to take a good look at it later. Only then did he understand why Bai Chi gave him a bamboo basket. It turned out that she was here to pick spiritual fruits. That snowy skyline. As Bao Zitong spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Suddenly his interest waned, and he said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Since Special Envoy Yang is Madam's man, he will understand in the future. This old man always speaks halfway." Yang Kai couldn't wait to use the black dragon's spear to pry open his mouth. Bao Zedong obviously realized this as well. In the following conversation, he deliberately led the conversation to the topic of cultivation. Instead, he chatted happily with Yang Kai. When Yang Kai asked why he hadn't jumped out of the shackles of this universe and gone to the vast sky since he had already become one of the great emperors, Bao Zedong smiled and said, "I'm already old and have lost the heart to forge ahead. What can I do even if I jump out of the shackles of this universe?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then sect leader Bao is going to stay in the 9th underworld forever." Bao Zitong said magnanimously, "The 9th underworld gave birth to me and raised me. I'm also willing to use the rest of my life to protect this world." Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help but think of the Star Realm. If Mo Sheng hadn't tormented the Star Realm, would he have come outside of this universe? Would he be willing to wither and grow old there for the rest of his life? Yang Kai himself couldn't think of the answer to this question. An hour later, the woman who had taken the basket away entered the hall and respectfully placed the basket on the table beside Yang Kai. She curtsied and said, "Special Envoy Master, the snowy skyline has been harvested." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and looked at the spirit fruits in the bamboo basket. He found that the snowy skyline fruits were all about the size of a baby's fist. They were all reddish-black in color and were all about the same size. Obviously, they had been carefully selected. After all, these were for the lady boss. So Heavenly Mountain didn't dare to be careless. There was a faint fragrance, but he didn't know how it tasted. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Sect Leader Bao, this matter is over. I'll take my leave first." "Oh," Bao Zitong said, "Special Envoy Yang, take care. When you see Madam later, please send my regards and thank her for protecting the 9th underworld all these years." "I will." Yang Kai nodded and walked out with the basket. Bao Zitong saw him off politely. It was much easier to leave the 9th underworld. Unlike when he came, he didn't need to break the world barrier anymore. Bao Zitong must have communicated with the world force of the 9th underworld and let him go. At the same time, Bai Chi stood before the lady boss in a room on the top floor of the first inn. She lowered her head solemnly and obediently. As usual, the lady boss was lying on the fragrant couch with her eyes closed. After a long time, the lady boss suddenly said, "He's not back yet?" Bai Chi shook her head. "No, I'm afraid he ran away." The lady boss didn't say anything. Bai Chi said he wasn't willing to join the first inn in the first place. Now that he got the chance, he would naturally run away. Why would he come back? If he ran away, then so be it, the lady boss said lightly. If he really ran away, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the first inn. Stunned, Bai Chi said, "Lady boss, since you knew this would happen, why did you still want him to go to the 9 underworlds continent? Moreover, why did you let him go there alone?" After she finished asking, she came to a realization and said, "I understand now. You just wanted to see if he would take the opportunity to escape." The lady boss said leisurely, "I didn't think so much. I just didn't like him." Bai Chi was speechless. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the lady boss suddenly open her eyes. A light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "What's the matter?" Bai Chi asked. "He's back." The lady boss closed her eyes again. Bai Chi didn't understand at first, but she quickly reacted and turned to leave the room. She stood on the deck and looked at the 9th underworld. After a while, a figure came from there at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? He didn't run away. Bai Qi couldn't believe it. She thought that Yang Kai would definitely take this rare opportunity to get rid of the first in. Who knew that he would come back? Is this guy a fool? If she were in his shoes, Bai Qi reckoned that she would definitely run away. After a while, Yang Kai landed on the deck. The colorful light on his body dissipated, revealing his figure. When he looked up, he saw Bai Qi staring at him in a daze. Yang Kai looked around and frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Qi crossed her arms and touched her chin with one hand. She sized up Yang Kai and said in surprise, "I suddenly realized that you look like someone. Why didn't I notice it before?" "Who?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi shook her head and didn't say much. Instead, she pointed at the room on the top floor of the ship, indicating that the lady boss was waiting for him. Yang Kai snorted and leaped to the door of the room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Lady boss, I'm back. Come in." The lady boss's lazy voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai pushed the door and entered. On the deck, White Seven had a thoughtful expression on her face. She shook her head and walked into the cabin. She kept muttering, "Why didn't I notice it before? How strange." She ran to the accountant's room and told him about it. The accountant stared at her with dead eyes. "Are you blind? You only noticed it now after drinking with him all day? You knew." Bai Qi was surprised. The accountant said, "I saw it when he first entered the shop." Bai Qi suddenly understood. No wonder our lady boss wanted him to stay. So that's the reason. Then, is that why she kept tormenting Yang Kai? Suddenly she said with a bitter face, "Then isn't it over?" The lady boss finally got over the past, and now she's going to be reminded of something sad again. What should she do in the future? The accountant said, "I've been thinking about this recently. I finally thought of a way to solve this once and for all. Do you want to hear it?" "Tell me." Bai Qi nodded. The accountant said in a low voice, "You find a chance to bring Yang Kai out, and then we'll kill him together." As he spoke, he reached out and wiped his neck. The corner of Bai Qi's eyes twitched. "Is this your so-called once and for all method?" The accountant said matter-of-factly, "Is there any other way?" "No, it's not appropriate." Bai Qi shook her head. "We still don't know what the lady boss's attitude is. If we make the lady boss more sad, then we'll be sinners." The accountant sighed and said, "This is also a problem. The key is what the lady boss thinks. Why don't you go and ask around?" "Oh." Bai Qi immediately shook her head, like a rattle drum. "You know what the situation is like every time. We can't go to the lady boss for at least 3 days. Otherwise, we'll be courting death." Hearing this, the accountant couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to think of something terrible and said decisively, "I'll go into seclusion first. I'll hide for a few days. You go and tell the others that no one is to provoke the lady boss in these 3 days. I've said it before. We're all old people in the inn. Who needs reminding? Forget it. I'll go back and hide for a few days." In the wing room on the top floor, Yang Kai entered the inner room, put the bamboo basket on the table, and said, "Lady boss, I've brought the things back. If you don't have any other orders, I'll go down first." He didn't know why the lady boss had a special liking for this snowy mountain. On the way back, he secretly ate one out of curiosity. He found that the fruit was astringent and bitter and also a little sour. It was completely unpalatable. However, he heard from Bao Zedong that the lady boss would ask people to pick it every time she passed by the land of Nine Nether. It could only be said that everyone had their own preferences. Chapter 39-35. On the couch, the lady boss remained indifferent. Yang Kai waited for a while before cupping his hands, putting the basket on the table and turning around to leave. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Now that the Tao seal had condensed the power of the 5 elements fire, and although its quality had met Yang Kai's expectations, it still needed some time to stabilize. This could not be rushed. It needed time to settle. Moreover, he did not know where to find the next 5 elements earth element, so he could make use of this free time. Yang Kai could clearly feel the destructive aura of the 5 elements fire element in his Dao seal. If this kind of power was used against an enemy, it would definitely play a big role. Unfortunately, the characteristics of the Golden Crow True Fire were too obvious, and it was different from the Wood Element Force. The Wood Element Force was used on the user, so it was silent and difficult for others to detect. The Fire Element Force was different. If he did not have complete confidence, it was very likely to be exposed, and it would be difficult to deal with the aftermath. He secretly decided that unless he had no other choice, he would never use the Fire Element Force in his Dao seal. This thing was like his dragon form secret technique, a trump card at the bottom of the box. Above the Dao seal, 2 lights of green and black circulated, alternating and changing, looking very mysterious. While meditating, Yang Kai suddenly heard a strange sound. He could not help opening his eyes and carefully perceiving it. At first, this sound was a little unclear, but after careful observation, it seemed to be the cry of a woman, but this cry was very suppressed. If it were not for Yang Kai's current state of mind and perception, he would not have heard it. In this vast void, how could there be a woman crying? And crying so sadly, as if she had encountered a very sad matter. Yang Kai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not want to pay much attention to it, but the sound continued to enter his ears, so he did not even have the mood to meditate. Frowning slightly, he got up and opened the door, following the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai stood on the deck of the ship, looking up at the top floor with a blank expression. The woman's soft sobbing came from the top floor. In other words, was the lady boss crying? Yang Kai thought he had sensed wrongly. The lady boss was a 6th-stage heaven splitter. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was still a powerhouse. How could she cry so sadly in secret? However, the source of the sound was definitely not wrong. It was indeed coming from the top floor. To think that you would have such a day! Yang Kai was very happy. Although he didn't know what the lady boss was sad about, he had been tormented by her for the past few days. At this moment, listening to her sorrowful cry was like the sound of nature, refreshing his heart. Standing on the deck and listening attentively for a while, Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and strode back to his residence. The gloomy mood of the past few days was swept away. A day later, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked up at the ceiling with a face full of anger, gnashing his teeth. It was not over yet. He did not know what sad thing that crazy woman had encountered, but she had cried for a day and a night. However, her cultivation was high. Even if she hid and cried secretly, it could still affect the mood of others. Yang Kai was disturbed to the point that he could not calm down at all, and even his mood became extremely bad. Furious, Yang Kai turned over and got out of bed. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Lady boss! Lady boss!" No one in the room responded, but the crying did not stop. "I'm coming in," Yang Kai said, and directly pushed the door open. Passing through the outer room, Kai Yang entered the inner room. Sweeping his eyes around, his face suddenly twitched. The originally clean and tidy room was now a complete mess. Fruit pits were scattered all over the floor. Tables and benches were all over the place, and the entire room was filled with a thick smell of alcohol. Looking to the side, the bamboo basket he brought back was half empty. Needless to say, it was eaten by the lady boss. Otherwise, there would not be so many fruit pits on the floor. He really did not understand how the lady boss ate that bitter and astringent fruit. Turning his head to look at the bed, Yang Kai frowned. He saw that in the corner of the bed, the lady boss was hugging her knees and curled up, her head buried in the gap between her knees. She was sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling. Yang Kai did not expect this scene. At this moment, the lady boss of the first and looked too weak as a homeless and injured kitten. His heart was slightly moved, and he sighed inwardly. What sad thing did she encounter? How did she end up like this? In the end, she was still a woman. No matter how strong she was, she still had her weak moments. His mood of gloating slightly faded. Yang Kai bent down to pick up the tables and chairs on the floor. He also picked up the fruit pits that were scattered on the floor one by one, as well as a few empty wine jars. After tidying up, Yang Kai stood in front of the bed and thought for a while, but he did not know how to comfort her. The most important thing was that he did not know what happened to her. He could only sigh and reach out to pat the lady boss's shoulder. Lady boss, 9 out of 10 times, life is not as you wish. Let bygones be bygones, don't cry anymore. The sobbing lady boss slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and the corner of Yang Kai's eyes fiercely twitched. At this time, the lady boss was like a pear blossom in the rain. Her 2 beautiful eyes were swollen like peaches, and her face was full of tears. Her long eyelashes had tears on them, and her face was intoxicatingly red. Just by looking at her, one could feel what it meant to be heartbroken. Yang Kai tried to squeeze out a harmless smile and lowered his head to look at her. The lady boss's vision slowly focused, and the original delicate charm was gradually replaced by coldness. She pursed her lips and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's you, you stinking brat!" And Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. The lady boss looked like, why did it seem like she was drunk? A 6th stage heaven splitter could also get drunk? You still dare to come back? The lady boss said hatefully. Her eyes were full of blood and tears of accusation. Yang Kai was confused. The next moment his arm tightened. Looking down, he saw that the lady boss had already reached out and grabbed his arm. A violent force rushed through his arm and into his body. In a split second, Yang Kai's face changed greatly. He only felt that he was like a leaf that fell into a vast ocean. He could not exert any strength at all. Facing the storm that could come at any time, he could only resign himself to fate. The power of a 6th stage heaven splitter was actually so terrifying. While he was still in shock and confusion, the lady boss had already used some strength in her wrist and directly threw him to the ground with a thud. Immediately after, the lady boss jumped down from the couch. With one hand clamping down on Yang Kai, she did not let him have the strength to resist. With the other hand, she and her 2 legs fell on Yang Kai like raindrops. As she punched and kicked, she gritted her teeth and scolded, "Little bastard, you still dare to come back? You still have the face to come back? Why didn't you die outside? Why did you come back now?" The sound of banging was endless. At first, Yang Kai was able to fend off a few of the blows, but after a while he could not resist at all. He could only hug his head with both hands and curl up on the ground to protect his face, silently enduring this inexplicable beating. After an unknown amount of time, the lady boss's arms and legs slowly lost strength. Finally, she sat on the ground and pounded Yang Kai with her fists while crying loudly. Her cries were heart-wrenching and heartbroken. Tears fell down her cheeks like beads from a broken necklace, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai raised his head, his face ferocious. He wanted to scold her, but when he saw her like this, he could not do so. He could only hatefully say, "Crazy woman, why are you hitting me?" He came over to comfort her with good intentions, but he did not expect to be beaten to the ground. The anger in Yang Kai's heart could not be extinguished even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The lady boss, who was crying loudly, immediately stopped. Her tears were still falling, but she still looked at Yang Kai and asked, "You scolded me?" Her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and it was obvious that she was still somewhat delirious. "So what if I scolded you?" Yang Kai also lost his temper. He could not scold her even if he could not win. "Crazy woman, crazy woman, crazy woman." The lady boss stared at him and suddenly smiled. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, strangling him in front of her. She used her other hand to rub his head. "Stinky brat, you're still the same as before." He had never had his head rubbed like this before. An inexplicable sense of shame rose from his heart. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and gathered his strength to break free from the lady boss's grasp. But he could not move at all under the restraint of the 6-stage heaven splitter. "Since you're back, don't leave. Come drink with me," the lady boss shouted. She reached out and grabbed a jar of wine. She did not care whether Yang Kai was willing or not. She opened his mouth and lifted his neck slightly, then poured the wine in the jar down his throat. The cold wine rolled down his throat, followed by a burning sensation. Not long after, the entire jar of wine was forced into his stomach. His abdomen was burning, and Yang Kai saw stars. His only thought was that this wine was a bit too strong. Even someone as strong as his dragon bloodline physique could not bear it and became drunk so quickly. No wonder the lady boss was drunk. This wine was clearly not ordinary wine. It was very likely that it was specially brewed. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Since you're back, don't leave." The lady boss was crying and laughing at the side. He did not know what was wrong with her. After forcing Yang Kai to drink the jar of wine, she picked up a snowy sky-lined fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, "This is what you like to eat. Eat more, like your grandpa. Only a ghost would like to eat this kind of bitter and astringent fruit." He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, after drinking that jar of wine, his entire body became soft and intoxicated. He was stuffed into the lady boss' mouth, and the meat and the core were all eaten into his stomach. The scene in front of him was heavy. Trying to maintain his last bit of clarity, Yang Kai used both his hands and feet to struggle out of the lady boss's embrace. He then crawled towards the door, weakly shouting, "Oh, by help!" Chapter 39-36. He hadn't crawled far when he felt something tighten around his ankle. He was probably caught by the lady boss, and then his whole body was dragged back. "Drink more." The lady boss pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and poured the wine down his throat. The world spun around him after an unknown amount of time. Yang Kai slowly woke up. He felt that his mouth was extremely dry and his throat was burning. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see a pink gauze curtain. He was slightly startled and absent-minded. After a while, some chaotic and blurry memories gradually came back to him. He seemed to have come to see what had happened to the lady boss, and then he was violently beaten up by her. After that, she forced him to drink a few jars of wine, and then he lost consciousness. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was caught and forced to drink the second jar of wine. As for what happened after that, he had no recollection of it at all. He didn't know what kind of wine it was, but it was actually so strong. Just 2 jars of wine was enough to make him drunk. Where was this? He stared at the pink gauze curtain above his head and thought for a long time. Only then did he realize that he couldn't have been on the lady boss's bed, right? This gauze curtain was obviously the thing on the lady boss's bed. He had a terrible headache. He wanted to reach out and rub it, but found that his arm was being pillowed by something. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. His drunkenness was swept away, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. The thing that was pillowed on his arm wasn't anything but the lady boss's head. At this moment, the lady boss was lying on her side next to him, curled up and sleeping soundly. He didn't know what she was dreaming of, but there was a faint smile on her lips. He didn't know how long she had been in this position, but Yang Kai felt that his arm was a little numb. He felt his hair stand on end. This scene was really a little scary. It wasn't that the lady boss wasn't beautiful or good-looking. On the contrary, the lady boss was a natural beauty. She had the face and the figure. He was afraid that no man would be indifferent to her. If there was someone who could sleep with her, that would be something that he couldn't ask for more. Most importantly, this person was the lady boss. Yang Kai had been tormented by her for the past few days. Previously, when he came over to comfort her, he was beaten up by her. If she knew that he not only got into her bed, but also hugged her to sleep for a long time, Yang Kai reckoned that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough for him to survive. Fortunately, The lady boss's clothes were still neat. Looking at himself, although he was a little embarrassed, there were no signs of him taking off his clothes. In other words, nothing should have happened when he was delirious. This made Yang Kai secretly sigh in relief. The current situation was not the worst. If something really happened, then it would be over. Even though that was the case, their current situation was extremely ambiguous. If others were to see them, they would probably do something. No matter what, it was best to retreat first. After making up his mind, Yang Kai held his breath and carefully pulled his arm out from under the lady boss's jade neck. Then he tiptoed over her body and quietly got off the bed. Turning his head, he saw that the floor was full of wine jars. The entire room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Drinking really made things worse. He had only heard people say this before, but he had self-discipline. Even if he drank, he would not drink excessively. So he had never experienced it before. Now that he was forced to get drunk, he finally had a profound experience. Not having the time to clean up, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the lady boss who was still lying on the bed. He gave her a big fist and tiptoed out. Gently opening the door, Yang Kai flashed out and carefully closed the door, not making the slightest sound. The whole process was like that of a thief. If he didn't deliberately suppress it, he would definitely be able to hear his own heartbeat. After doing all this, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. It was not good to stay in this place for a long time. It was more important to go back to his room quickly. Yang Kai buttoned his clothes as he turned around and jumped down, landing directly on the deck. When he looked up, he saw White Seven standing in front of him with a bucket of hot water. When their eyes met, White Seven was stunned. "You!" Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He was already very guilty. He didn't expect to bump into this guy when he turned his head. He quickly tidied up his clothes and said, "Brother White, are you busy?" White Seven nodded subconsciously. "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll go back first," Yang Kai said. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the cabin step by step. White Seven stared at his back in a daze. Then he looked up at the wing on the top floor. The bucket in his hand fell to the deck with a crash, and the hot water spilled all over the floor. Pretending to be calm, Yang Kai returned to his room. He wiped the cold sweat on his head. Before he could sit down, he heard a loud bang from the door. Then 3 big men rushed in. All of them looked gloomy and murderous. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He looked warily at White Seven, the accountant, and the cook who were approaching him. At the same time, he slowly retreated. The 3 of them didn't say a word. They cooperated tacitly and subdued Yang Kai on the bed in 2 to 3. The accountant held the golden abacus high in his hand and was about to smash it. The cook put the polished kitchen knife on Yang Kai's forehead. White Seven even wrapped the white towel around Yang Kai's neck twice and tightened it. Yang Kai said in a hoarse voice, "Let's talk nicely. Why are you touching me?" Bai Chi leaned down, almost touching Yang Kai's face. With a ferocious expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, I'll ask you something. Answer me honestly. If you dare to lie, I'll immediately take your life." "Ask me, ask me." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. There were 3 of them. He couldn't beat them at all. White Seven's eyes were red. "Where were you last night?" "Where else could I be?" "Of course, I was in the room." He was right. He was in the room, but it wasn't his own room. "How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? Teach him a lesson." White Seven tilted his head at the cook, who immediately raised the kitchen knife in his hand. "Wait." Yang Kai was shocked. These guys were serious. If they cut him with the knife, how could he survive? "I gave you a chance, so you should cherish it. I'll ask you again, where were you last night?" White Seven gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai was embarrassed. He was speechless. "Didn't you see it? Why are you still asking me? What I saw might not be the truth. I want you to tell me yourself. Where were you last night?" Lady Boss. In the room. Yang Kai scratched his face. His eyes were wandering, and he had an embarrassed smile on his face. After he finished speaking, he felt the towel wrapped around his neck suddenly tighten. The kitchen knife on his head also emitted a sharp aura. White 7 tightened the towel. His eyes were red, and he was panting heavily. Did you do it? What did you do? Yang Kai couldn't breathe because of the towel. He kept slapping his arm. I asked you if you did it. White 7 gritted his teeth and repeated. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Lady Boss and I are innocent. We didn't do anything. Yang Kai stuck out his tongue and defended himself with difficulty. Really? White 7 still had a look of disbelief on his face. It was mainly because the scene just now was too suggestive. Yang Kai ran out of Lady Boss's room early in the morning with disheveled clothes. It was hard for him not to think too much. It's absolutely true. Yang Kai hurriedly raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. White 7 stared at him seriously. After a long while, the redness in his eyes slowly dissipated. With a shake of his hand, he pulled down the towel wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. He stood by the bed and looked down at Yang Kai. Tell me what happened. You'd better not lie at all. Otherwise, us brothers will not let you off easily. As he spoke, he held one end of the towel in each hand and shook it a few times. The accountant waved his golden abacus at the side, making a clattering sound. The chef waved his kitchen knife, and the cold gleam on the blade made people feel dizzy. Yang Kai touched his neck and coughed a few times. He raised his head and looked at the 3 burly men standing in a row in front of him. With an anxious expression, he said softly, Actually, I don't really know what happened either. You don't know? White 7 glared at him again with a fierce expression. Then tell me what you know. Helpless, Kai Yang could only briefly recount what had happened. He said that he had heard the sound of soft crying coming from upstairs, so he went to check on the situation. In the end, when he entered the Lady Boss's room, he saw her crying her heart out. Instinctively, he wanted to comfort her, but who would have thought that she would directly force him to drink 2 jars of wine, causing him to lose consciousness. When he woke up, he was lying on the Lady Boss's bed. As for what had happened in between, he really didn't have any recollection. Even now he couldn't remember. After listening, White 7 and the other 2 looked at each other. Their divine senses surged, and they secretly communicated. Old White, didn't you tell this kid not to disturb Lady Boss these few days? The accountant asked. White 7 was slightly embarrassed. I forgot. After this kid sent the Snowy Sky frontline over, I immediately sealed the restriction in the room. I can't feel anything. The chef and the accountant also nodded, indicating that they were the same. If White 7 hadn't sent them a message just now, they were prepared to hide for another day. The chef held the kitchen knife and touched his chin. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, Then do you think this kid's words can be trusted? Old White, didn't you say that you saw him run out of Lady Boss's room with his clothes disheveled with your own eyes, looking like a sneaky thief? I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? White 7 was a little angry when he thought of the scene just now. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The accountant said thoughtfully, I think this kid's words should be trusted. It's not like you haven't tasted Lady Boss's wine before. My brothers couldn't even bear half a jar. If this kid was really forced to drink 2 jars, I'm afraid he won't have the ability to do anything else. White 7 and the chef both nodded. Thinking of the strength of Lady Boss's wine, they shuddered and didn't want to taste it again in this life. Then it's fine? The chef looked at the 2 of them. The accountant nodded and said, It should be a false alarm. Then I'll take my leave first. The chef said Lady Boss is awake. I'll go make some hangover soup for her. I still have some debts to settle. I'll take my leave first too. The accountant said and followed the chef out. Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 burly men left, leaving only Bai Chi standing there alone. Yang Kai was confused. Just now, when he saw the three of them talking to each other with their divine senses, and from time to time they would shoot him cold glances, he was really a little scared. No matter what, a big man like him had run into a woman's bed and slept with her in his arms for a long time. Even if he hadn't done anything, it was still somewhat improper. He had already prepared how to explain himself if Bai Qi and the others questioned him. But who would have thought that there would be no follow-up? Bai Qi turned to look at him and nodded. It seems like it's a misunderstanding. We've wronged you. Yang Kai also nodded. So it's a misunderstanding. Yes. Bai Qi smiled and said, but why did you go to the lady boss's room to comfort her at this time? Every time this happens, we hide as far away as possible, not to mention comforting her. We don't even dare to go near the lady boss's room. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't tell you in advance. Hey, what are you doing? As he was talking, he suddenly found that Yang Kai had opened the restriction of the room. Then he stood up and punched his left palm with his right fist. He approached him step by step with a ferocious smile on his face. Bai Qi squeezed out an innocent smile. Yang Kai, this is a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. As a cultivator, we have to walk on the road and look forward. Don't hit my face. He squatted on the ground and protected his head. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Just because of a misunderstanding. You brought two burly men here in such an aggressive manner. Do you know how sharp Chef's kitchen knife is? If I hadn't shouted in time, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by him. I made you misunderstand. After a series of punches and kicks, she also vented her anger at the lady boss. After a long while, Bai Qi stood up angrily and shouted, Enough! If you hit me again, I won't be polite. Don't think that I can't beat you. I'm just letting you go. I'm too lazy to fight with you. Yang Kai kicked him to the ground. You're really something. You hit me so hard. After a while, Bai Qi sat on the chair with a bruised face. He gently rubbed his wounds and looked at Yang Kai from the corner of his eyes. This is nothing. When the lady boss hits me, it's called ruthless. You deserve it. Bai Qi sneered and pulled his wounds. He could not help but cry. Does it hurt? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Bai Qi said angrily, Of course. Kai Yang was in a good mood, so he chuckled a couple of times. His expression became serious, and he whispered, I want to ask you something. What? Bai Qi replied unhappily. Kai Yang sorted out his words and muttered, Do I look like someone? Someone very close to the lady boss. Bai Qi's hands paused slightly, and he said unintentionally, Who? Yang Kai frowned and said, I don't know. Thinking back to the encounter in the lady boss's room, he was very concerned about a few words of the lady boss. At that time, the lady boss probably mistook him for someone else. Otherwise, why would she say something like, Just come back and don't leave? This was obviously something she said to an acquaintance she had not seen for a long time. You don't know. Then why are you asking this? Bai Qi turned his head and looked at him. Kai Yang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only vaguely say, Anyway, yesterday the lady boss gave me the feeling that she thought I was someone else. Oh right, is the lady boss married? He thought to himself that this crazy woman shouldn't be thinking of him as her husband, right? No, there are many suitors, but the lady boss doesn't like any of them. I've never seen her have any emotional entanglements with anyone. Bai Qi shook his head and deliberately changed the topic. What did the lady boss do? Why do you have such thoughts? Nothing much. First, she beat me up, then forced me to drink 2 jars of wine. I don't know what happened after that. She didn't say anything. She said, Don't leave when you come back. She was probably drunk and talking nonsense. Yang Kai nodded. This was the only explanation. The two of them were silent for a moment. Bai Qi said, You didn't think of leaving? Leave what? Yang Kai turned his head in surprise. Bai Qi said, Didn't I ask you to go to the 9th netherworld to pick the snowy skyline? Why didn't you think of leaving at that time? No one was with you at that time. Where should I go? Yang Kai sneered. The first in is so powerful. Unless I don't show up in front of people in the future, I will definitely be exposed. When that time comes, I will be caught by you. What good will that do? Suddenly he came to a realization and looked at Bai Qi with a frown. You asked me to go to the 9th netherworld alone. So it was just a test? Not really. You are now a member of the first inn. It is natural for you to do something for the lady boss. Bai Qi chuckled. Just as they were talking, the door was pushed open. Chef walked in with a food basket and put it on the table. I made some hangover soup. Wait for the lady boss to wake up and send it to her. Yang Kai blinked a few times before finally responding, Me? Chef glanced at him. Who else can it be? Yang Kai said guiltily, I won't go. Chef, you can send it over yourself. Chef said, The lady boss said before that you will be in charge of her 3 meals a day. I don't dare to disobey the lady boss. Oh, Bai. Yang Kai turned to look at Bai Qi with a pleading expression. Bai Qi stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Good luck, I can't help you. After saying that, he didn't care about Yang Kai anymore and left with Chef, leaving behind a person looking at the food box on the table, at a loss of what to do. He didn't know when the lady boss would wake up, but it should be soon. After all, his cultivation was so much lower than hers. He had already been awake for more than half a day. How long could the lady boss, a 6th grade Kai Tian, be drunk? He didn't have to wait for too long. 2 hours later, the bell hanging in the room suddenly rang. Speaking of this bell, Yang Kai was irritated. Ever since the lady boss ordered him to be in charge of 3 meals a day and washing chores, Bai Qi made a bell in his room. Once the bell rang, it meant that the lady boss was calling for something. He couldn't ignore it, but the bell kept ringing. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, got up and grabbed the food box. With a few steps, he came to the deck. He jumped to the front of the room on the top floor and raised his hand to knock on the door. Lady boss. The lady boss's languid voice came from inside the room. Yang Kai could almost imagine what she looked like now. I'm coming in. After saying that, Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. He went straight into the inner room and looked up. He found that it was as he thought. The lady boss was sitting at the table, one hand supporting her forehead and the other gently rubbing her temples. The mess in the room was still the same as when he left. The floor was full of wine bottles and fruit pits, and the bed was also very messy. Looking at the graceful figure sitting there and thinking about how he hugged her and slept for a long time, Yang Kai couldn't believe it. It was simply luck to be able to survive. He didn't know if the lady boss remembered what happened before, and if she would find trouble with him. Feeling uneasy, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and opened the food box. He took out a bowl of thick soup and placed it in front of the lady boss. Lady boss, the chef made a bowl of hangover soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. The lady boss responded weakly, closing her eyes. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a long time, she brought the bowl of hangover soup in front of her. She picked up the spoon, gently blew on it, and drank it spoonful by spoonful. The way the lady boss drank the soup was very elegant. Even though she was drunk, she didn't lose her manners. Instead, there was a different kind of seductive feeling. Rub it. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, the lady boss suddenly said, N. Yang Kai was on tenterhooks when he suddenly heard her say this. He didn't react. My head hurts. Rub it. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped on her forehead. Yang Kai was speechless. He slowly walked behind her and reached out his hand to press on her temples, gently rubbing them. Why are you so obedient today? The lady boss said while drinking the soup. Yang Kai also felt that he was a bit too guilty. The main thing was that he didn't know if she remembered what happened last night. Hearing this, he said, Seeing how drunk you are, I was too lazy to talk to you. You are a woman. Is it appropriate to drink like this? He swallowed his saliva and probed What if someone took advantage of your drunken stupor to do something to you? I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the strength to resist. I'm afraid that person doesn't want to live anymore," the lady boss said lightly. Her tone was calm, but it was full of dominance. "I'm just saying, what if? In this world, there are always people who are bold and lustful. I think you're quite honest." Yang Kai's hand froze, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He swallowed his saliva and said, "You remember?" "If you remember, why wouldn't I?" The lady boss lowered her head and drank the soup. "But I don't remember much." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. It was better to be silent. He silently rubbed the lady boss's temples. "What happened last night? Don't tell anyone." The lady boss suddenly reminded him again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "I already said it. It was Lao Bai and the others who forced me. I really had no choice." But he didn't dare to admit it. He nodded repeatedly. "I won't say it, I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say it." Not long after, the bowl of hangover soup was finished. The lady boss said, "Clean up. Go get some hot water. I want to take a bath." Yang Kai didn't say a word and started to get busy. He quickly cleaned up the room and walked out with the food box. After a while, he came back with hot water and poured it into the lady boss's bathtub. He suddenly realized that after what happened last night, he couldn't confidently challenge the lady boss. He always felt very guilty. He was completely ordered around like a servant, so he didn't have any temper. He stood outside the room and waited. From inside came the rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Soon, there was the sound of water splashing. Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. He didn't think too much. His gaze passed through the endless void, his mind wandering. When the lady boss finished bathing, he helped her throw away the water. He didn't need to do anything to change her clothes. The lady boss wouldn't let him do it either. The first inn's maidservants would do it. When the lady boss came out again, she was radiant. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze. He felt that the person in front of him was completely different from the person who drank too much yesterday. Chapter 39-38. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the lady boss leisurely walked to the side of the ship. She gazed at the colorful and endless void and was lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai didn't disturb her. He turned around and went into the room. He took out the bathwater and poured it out. Then he came to the lady boss and said, "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go down first." The lady boss said without turning her head, "This vast universe is quite beautiful." Yang Kai looked up and thought, the scenery is the same everywhere. What's the difference between beautiful and not beautiful? He didn't dare to casually reply and just stood there in a daze. After standing there for a long time, the lady boss waved her hand gently and said, "Go back to your work." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned around to leave. The rest of the trip didn't have many twists and turns. The only difference was that after that incident, the lady boss seemed to have changed a little. She was no longer alone in the room. Instead, she often came to the cabin and pulled Lao Bai, the accountant, and the cook to play drinking games. Usually, Yang Kai couldn't escape from this kind of situation. Old Bai and the others were obviously familiar with this matter, but Yang Kai had never experienced it before. At first, he had been drunk by these bastards a few times, but as time passed, he gradually became more familiar with the situation and didn't fall behind. It could be said that he saw another side of the lady boss. A sixth-stage Kai Tian could actually get along well with people from the Emperor realm. She was very approachable. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the side room when the door was pushed open again. Lao Bai barged in. Yang Kai looked at him, speechlessly. He didn't know how many times he had told him to knock before entering, but this guy just couldn't remember. Yang Kai suspected that he was doing it on purpose. "I won't drink, I won't drink. Don't call me today." Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal to drink in a crowd. After all, as long as it wasn't the lady boss's wine, he wouldn't get drunk. The main thing was that the frequency was too high, and he was a little sick of it. It's not drinking. I'll take you somewhere. Bai Qi chuckled. Where? Yang Kai looked at him, suspiciously. It's a good place. Follow me, and you'll know. Bai Qi waved at him. Yang Kai frowned. This guy's mysterious appearance really made people curious. Since he had nothing to do, he followed him out. Arriving on the deck, Bai Qi turned her head and shouted at the room on the top floor, "Lady Boss, open the door!" The lady boss didn't respond, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the light curtain that enveloped the ship. Clearly, it was under the lady boss's control. Let's go. Bai Qi pulled Yang Kai's arm and soared into the sky. After the two of them left, the crack quickly closed up. Where are we going? Yang Kai turned his head and asked as he flew side by side with White Seven. Over there. Bai Qi pointed in a direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. That was because in the endless void there was a castle-like building. This castle didn't look very eye-catching from a distance, but it was obviously not small and had a metallic luster to it. What's that place? Yang Kai asked excitedly. Hee, you'll know when we get there. Bai Qi pretended to be mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, this guy shouldn't harm him. After flying for an hour or so, Kai Yang finally arrived in front of the castle. While still in the distance, Kai Yang saw that there were many people going in and out of the castle, making it seem very lively. Moreover, next to the castle's main entrance, there was a huge stone with two big words engraved on it. One for heaven, one for earth. The two words were written in a sharp and flamboyant style. It was obvious that they were written by a great master. Heavenly Palace. Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Bai Qi had told him before, and immediately had a guess. Bai Qi grinned. Smart. That's right, this is the Heavenly Palace. Then we're here for, Bai Qi said, the lady boss told me to bring you here to leave your brand, so that it will be convenient for you to come here in the future. Although you yourself are proficient in the spatial laws and can teleport, the Qingkuan escape method is the most practical in this void. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Then I'll have to thank the lady boss properly. Previously, when he heard Bai Qi mention the Qingkuan escape method and the Qingkuan escape seal in the inn, Yang Kai was extremely curious. He had originally thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go and experience it, but he did not know where the Heavenly Palace were located, so he did not expect to see it so quickly. While they were talking, the two of them had already landed in front of the Heavenly Palace. Although the Heavenly Palace had the word palace, it was much larger than any of the other palaces. Furthermore, there was only a cultivator coming out from inside, but not a single one of them came in from outside like him and Bai Qi. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those cultivators could come to the Heavenly Palace by using the Qingkuan escape method, so they naturally did not need to rush over. He was like this because he had never left his brand in the Heavenly Palace, so it should be the same for other people who came here for the first time. In front of the main entrance, two guards in bright golden armor stood on the left and right, looking majestic. One of them held a spear, while the other had a sword. Bai Qi secretly sent a sound transmission. The Heavenly Palace was jointly created by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands, so the people guarding the Heavenly Palace are all people from these peak forces. All of them have their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't say anything later, I'll handle it. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He quietly glanced at the two gatekeepers and found that they were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. He was secretly dumbfounded. If even the gatekeepers were at the heaven-opening realm, then what kind of master was in charge of this place? Yang Kai estimated that they were at least on the same level as the lady boss. No wonder no one dared to act presumptuously here. Who would have the guts to do so if they were not strong enough? Even if they were strong enough, they would not dare to provoke the blessed enclave. Otherwise, it would not be fun to be hunted down by them. What are you doing? The heaven-opening realm guard on the left looked at Bai Qi and Yang Kai and shouted. Bai Qi chuckled and cupped his fists. Master, my brother wants to brand himself, so I hope Master can make things convenient. The man turned his head and sized up Yang Kai, not showing much expression. He had probably seen many people like Yang Kai before, so he said indifferently, "You know the rules, right?" Bai Qi nodded repeatedly, I know. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. The man received it and casually tossed it aside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, "Come with me." Saying so, he led the way. Bai Qi called out to Yang Kai, and the two quickly followed. Following closely behind the golden-armored cultivator, Yang Kai asked in confusion, "Why do we have to give benefits to leave our brand here?" Bai Qi glared at him. "Don't speak nonsense." Seeing that the heaven-opening realm guard did not have much of a reaction, he quietly said, "Why do you think those paradises created this heaven and earth palace? Is it just to make things convenient for others? If you want to leave your brand here, you have to pay a fee." "How much?" 100,000. Yang Kai was startled. That expensive? 100,000 heaven-opening pills, a set of third-grade materials, only cost 150,000. This kind of wealth was a huge sum for many people, and at the level of the Emperor realm, very few people could afford it. Even for some ordinary low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, 100,000 was not a small sum. Suddenly thinking of a problem, he frowned and asked, "You said before that in this universe there are heaven and earth palaces in every large territory, with some having 3 to 5 at most, and some having 1 or 2 at least. Does every heaven and earth palace require this kind of fee?" "Of course. However, the price is clear. 100,000 for a brand is the same." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was the case, then a cultivator would have to spend a huge sum on a heaven and earth palace alone. However, in consideration of one's own safety, this kind of expense was unavoidable. After all, when comparing worldly wealth with one's own life, it was clear which was more important. Just think about it. If one was chased to the point of no return and could use the heaven and earth escape technique to escape to a heaven and earth palace, how fortunate would that be? Those who could not bear to spend this kind of money could only be chased to death. This is really a huge source of income. Yang Kai sighed. Even if a cultivator left a brand in 10 different heaven and earth palace in his life, the cost would still be 1 million heaven-opening pills. In these 3,000 worlds, there were as many cultivators as there were carps crossing the river. So who wouldn't leave a way out for themselves? Moreover, rich people would definitely leave a brand in more than 10 heaven and earth palace, so the cost would only be even more terrifying. With the heaven and earth palace here, it was simply a path to wealth for those paradises. As long as the heaven and earth palace was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of heaven-opening pills flowing into their pockets, and it would be effortless. Hee, that's why they need to work together. No one can monopolize such a big piece of fat meat. Bai Qi chuckled as they chatted and walked. Yang Kai discovered that there were actually many shops in the heaven and earth palace, and many of them were quite lively. Many people were in a hurry, and this was just like a city. Although it was not as prosperous and noisy as a real big city, it was still not bad to have such a scene in the void. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those who used the universe escape technique to come here would definitely need to rest here. Maybe some of them were being chased and forced to come here. So how could they not have a good rest? That was why so many people were gathered here. If there were people, there would naturally be transactions, but the heaven and earth palace did not allow any form of private fighting. So although there were many cultivators here, the security was quite good. The golden-armored cultivator led the way in front, while Bai Qi and Yang Kai followed behind him and conversed. At the same time, they brought Yang Kai to observe the situation around him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a secret room. The golden-armored cultivator stopped and turned around. "Go in after entering the array, leave your brand, and you can come out." Bai Qi patted his shoulder and said, It's always a little uncomfortable for the first time, but I'm too worried. I'll wait for you outside." Yang Kai nodded. The golden-armored cultivator took out a token and opened the restrictions of the secret room. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 39:39. After entering the room, the secret room closed. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Looking up, he saw that on the floor of the secret room, lines of patterns lit up, gradually outlining a complicated and huge formation. Yang Kai understood and walked towards the center of the formation. Just as he stood still, a buzzing sound came from his surroundings, as if the formation was operating. A faint suction force came from the formation. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. He calmed his qi and focused his mind. He could clearly feel that his qi was being attracted by the formation. He knew that the formation was recording some of his unique information. The buzzing continued as the formation rotated. After a long time, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and the light of the formation gradually weakened. In the end, the secret room returned to darkness. Yang Kai carefully sensed it and discovered that he seemed to have a faint connection with a certain place in the heavenly palace. However, he did not know how to use this connection for the time being. After all, he had never cultivated the heaven and earth escape technique. However, judging from the current situation, the brand should be completed. He was actually quite curious about what the heaven and earth escape seal was. He originally thought that he would be able to take a good look at it this time, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to see it at all? Even if he couldn't see it, there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai walked around the room a few more times and didn't find anything special. Only then did he push the door open and leave. Outside the door, Bai Qi said, "How is it?" "It's done." Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with his proficiency in the laws of space. Those who did not know the laws of space would probably feel uncomfortable when they came here for the first time. "That's good." Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and cupped his fists towards the golden armored warrior. "Thank you, master." That person nodded indifferently. No form of fighting is allowed in the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Take care. With that, he sealed the secret room and turned to leave. He was mainly responsible for bringing Yang Kai here to leave the brand. He didn't need to care about the rest. When Yang Kai and Bai Qi wanted to leave, that was their own business. The heavenly palace would not interfere. "Come, accompany me to buy some things," Bai Qi said. She pulled Yang Kai's arm and walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, it was obvious that it was not his first time here. The things that Bai Qi wanted to buy were very messy. Obviously, they were needed by the inn. Yang Kai followed behind him and looked around casually. Leave behind your brand and cultivate the Qian Kuan escape technique. In the future, you can come to this place as you wish. Of course, the premise is that you are in this large territory. However, you must remember that you must be in a safe range. Once the Qian Kuan escape technique is used, you will directly escape to this place. If the distance is too far with your current cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. At that time, there will be the risk of your body being crushed. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. There's one more thing you have to remember. When you use the Qian Kuan escape technique, there will be a certain amount of time delay. It doesn't mean that you can escape immediately. You have to grasp this time well. If you are chased in the future, don't use the Qian Kuan escape technique in front of others. Otherwise, they will kill you before you can escape. You must use this technique from a safe distance. Yang Kai said, "How long is this time?" He had to ask clearly. Bai Qi glanced at him. With your current cultivation, it should be about 5 or 6 breaths. Of course, the higher your cultivation, the shorter this time, but no matter how short it is, there will still be a delay. Then, who should I learn the Qian Kuan escape technique from? Yang Kai asked. I'll teach you later. Bai Qi grinned, but there will be a fee. Yang Kai covered his space ring and said vigilantly, "I have no money." He still owed the lady boss 10 million, and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Bai Qi said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You even got the Golden Crow corpse in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Didn't you get some sun's true fire or sun's true gold?" As he said this, he winked at him. "No," Yang Kai said decisively. "Don't be so stingy. I'm not picky. Just give me some sun's true fire, or whatever. Forget it. I'll ask the lady boss to teach me the Qin Kuan escape technique later. I won't trouble you." Bai Qi was speechless. An hour later, the two flew out of the Qin Kuan palace and returned the way they came. The first-in ship hadn't gone far and was still waiting there. When they returned to the ship, the lady boss talked to the two of them and asked about the situation. After learning that everything went smoothly, she didn't say much. She just nodded and waved her hand to let the two of them leave. However, before she left, she flicked a jade slip to Yang Kai. "Since you've left your brand, you have to cultivate the Qin Kuan escape technique. You're proficient in the law of space, so the Qin Kuan escape technique shouldn't be too difficult for you. Go and cultivate it." Yang Kai thanked her and left with Bai Qi. After closing the door, Yang Kai waved the jade slip in his hand to Bai Qi with a smug expression. Bai Qi's expression was one of boredom. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai cultivated the Qin Kuan escape technique in his room. Just as the lady boss said, this secret technique wasn't difficult for him to learn. After all, he had the foundation of the space divine technique. Strictly speaking, the Qin Kuan escape technique was also a kind of space divine technique. However, it required the help of the Qin Kuan escape seal to display it. Moreover, even if one wasn't proficient in the law of space, they could still display it. This was the greatest charm of the Qin Kuan escape technique. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master it without a year or so. However, Yang Kai had already mastered it in 10 days. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he even wanted to try the magic of the Qin Kuan escape technique. However, although he didn't have the opportunity to try it when he activated the Qin Kuan escape technique, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he had a close connection with the Qin Kuan temple. However, unless it was a critical moment, Yang Kai would break it, lest he really had to escape to the Qin Kuan temple. The ship continued to sail. Yang Kai didn't know where the destination was. About a month after setting out from the old site of the first inn, a loud, buzzing sound suddenly came, and the entire ship shook violently. Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the deck. He saw that Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant were already there. The lady boss stood at the bow of the ship with a solemn expression. She was forming a seal with one hand, and her strength was surging. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Qi said, "We're going through the territory gate. Don't be nervous." Only then did Yang Kai notice that the ship had come to a territory gate at some point and was slowly sailing through it. He had passed through the territory gate several times before, but those times were under the protection of Ah Sun's white jade fox. Except for the last time when the white jade fox's strength was exhausted, the other times were extremely smooth. He never thought that the ship would cause such a big commotion when passing through the territory gate, making him think that there was a strong enemy invading. "We're going to another large territory." Yang Kai was surprised. "It seems so." Bai Qi nodded. Hearing this, he also didn't know where the destination of this trip was. The ship was huge, so the pressure they had to bear when passing through the territory gate increased. Fortunately, the lady boss's 6th-stage heaven opening cultivation base was here, so the several people present were not nervous. Not long after, the entire ship entered the territory entrance. With the protection of the light screen, they didn't feel much. When they turned their heads to look around, they found that the scenery around the ship was warped and distorted. It was strange and bizarre. In just an instant, the ship shook and then stabilized. Everything around it returned to normal. Obviously, they had jumped out of the territory gate and entered another large territory. The lady boss seemed to be a little tired after being busy, so she turned and went into the side room to rest. Yang Kai was dragged by Bai Qi to drink and play with the cook and the others. A few days later, Bai Qi left the ship with Yang Kai and went to another heavenly palace. With the experience of the first time, the second time was even easier. Soon, they left their brand in the heavenly palace. Along the way, Bai Qi would take Yang Kai to the nearby heavenly palace every once in a while. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. On the way back, he said, "Oh, Bai, did I delay your trip?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked over. He chuckled. "Did you just realize?" Yang Kai was speechless. "If it weren't for me, you should be able to use the heavenly escape technique and travel from one heavenly palace to another. There's no need to take the ship like this." "Yes, but you're also a member of the First Inn now. Since you're a member of the First Inn, we can't just leave you behind." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Is it the lady boss's idea?" Bai Qi nodded. "Of course. The lady boss is actually quite nice." Yang Kai scratched his chin. "Just the cost of the heavenly palace alone is 800,000. Bai Qi looked at him and blinked. "Do you think the lady boss gave you the money to spend?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Isn't it?" Bai Qi grinned. "The lady boss said to put it on your account. When you have money in the future, you can slowly pay her back." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "This is my own money? What else can it be?" Bai Qi winked at him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought the lady boss paid for the heaven-opening pills for him, but it turned out to be the truth. His face twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Qi said, "If you feel bad about it, next time we pass by the heavenly palace, we won't go there." "I'll go." "Why won't I go?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had to go to the heavenly palace. Maybe it would become a life-saving retreat. Even if he didn't use it to save his life, it would be good for him to travel. After all, he had so many debts that he didn't have to worry about. It was just 100,000 at a time. Compared with the 10 million that he owed, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Half a year passed in a flash. After passing through 4 large territory, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Hearing the news, Bai Qi excitedly pulled Yang Kai to the deck and pointed at the spiritual state in the distance. "Kid, do you know where that is?" Yang Kai said, "How would I know?" Outside of this world, he was still in a state of groping and unfamiliarity. How could he know where this place was? Looking sideways, not far away, he saw the lady boss standing by the side of the ship. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she had a smile on her face. It seemed that the boring voyage of the past 6 months had made her feel a little bored. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, her mood naturally changed. Chapter 3940. Yang Kai walked over, stood not far from the lady boss, and asked, "Is that our destination?" The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear and nodded. "Yes, that's our destination." "What is that place?" After flying for more than half a year and passing through several large territory, Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. "That's the star market of this territory." Bai Qi came over excitedly. "Boy, do you know what a star market is?" He thought Yang Kai had never heard of it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "That's a star market?" He couldn't help but look over there, but it was too far away and he couldn't see what was going on there. Moreover, the entire spirit state seemed to be covered by a large array, so looking from a distance it was hazy. Zhang Ruo, she had said that if he wanted to inquire about the world tree, the best place to start was Star City, because this place was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. The more people there were, the more information there would be, and the more good things there would be. Perhaps he would be able to find the world tree. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Kai entered the 3,000 worlds, he was introduced to the 7 possibilities land as a handyman. After that, he wandered for a while and then came to the First Inn. He didn't have the time to look for a star market, let alone know where to find one. He didn't expect that the lady boss's destination this time was actually the star market. What a coincidence! You know about it? Bai Qi was stunned. "I've heard of it." Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at the lady boss. Are we going to stay there in the future? The lady boss's first inn was destroyed in the battle, so she definitely had to find another place to stay. After spending half a year here, she naturally wouldn't just buy some things. It was very likely that she would stay there. For now. The lady boss nodded and noticed Yang Kai's excitement. She turned her head and smiled. Are you interested in the star market? Yang Kai said, I've never seen it before, so I'm a little curious. The lady boss smiled. It's nothing special. The world you came from must have places like markets. The so-called star market is just a little more advanced than those markets, and the things are more expensive. Yang Kai nodded and looked over, wondering if he should ask the lady boss about the world tree. After all, the Firstin was in charge of intelligence gathering. If there was really a world tree, the lady boss would have heard of it. But after thinking about it, he decided to ask first when he got there. Bai Chi, the cook, and the 3 bookkeepers were already gathered in a corner of the deck. They were whispering something. Calm. Behind him, a silver-armored young general stepped out and shouted, Who are you? Where is the document? The lady boss gestured to Bai Chi, and Bai Chi immediately ran over and handed a jade slip to the silver-armored young general. The young general took it and scanned it with his divine sense, revealing a trace of surprise. He then handed the jade slip to the golden-armored general. After reading it, the latter nodded slightly and said, So it's Madame Lon from the First Inn. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please don't blame me, madam. The lady boss smiled sweetly. The general is at the Wushu Star Market. You are busy with military affairs, so it's natural that you didn't recognize her. While they were talking, Bai Chi smiled and handed a dimensional ring to the silver-armored young general. The lady boss said at the right time, Brothers, you've worked hard. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as a treat. The young general held the dimensional ring and didn't know what to do with it. He looked at the golden-armored general. The latter smiled and said, Since it's from Madame Lon, take it. The young general accepted the dimensional ring with peace of mind. He turned around and cupped his hands at the lady boss. The golden-armored general said, It's just a routine matter. Please don't take it to heart, madam. He raised his hand and returned the jade scroll to Bai Chi. He led the group of people down the ship and waved his hand. Let them pass! The restriction formation of the ferry slowly opened. The lady boss thanked him and steered the ship into the spirit state. On the ship, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. It wasn't hard to see that the lady boss had a wide network of connections. She didn't necessarily know the golden-armored general, but as soon as the document came out, he immediately recognized her as Madame Lon of the First Inn, which showed that she had a great reputation outside of this universe. It was no wonder. A 6-stage sky splitter was not weak. Moreover, she was such a charming beauty. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai a little curious. He moved closer to Bai Chi and asked quietly, Why is there a large number of soldiers on the periphery of the star market? Is the star market not safe? Or is someone coming to attack Star City? White 7 said, No one dares to do that. The Star City here is the foundation of the Great War Heavens. The golden-armored general and the silver-armored general you saw just now are both from the Great War Heavens. They guard the ferry, firstly to make it easier to control the Star City, and secondly to guard against void beasts. Have you seen any void beasts before? Does the 1,000-jointed insect count? Yang Kai's only encounter with a void beast was the 1,000-jointed insect. As a result, he and Zhang Ruoshi were separated. He still didn't know where Ruoshi was. However, Ruoshi had awakened some of her ancestors' memories and knew more about the outside world than he did, so he didn't have to worry too much. If he guessed correctly, Ruoshi should have gone directly to Langyabless land. After all, it was the place where her ancestor was born. You can say that. However, the 10,000 jointed worms aren't that dangerous. Some void beasts like Noisy places the most. Moreover, they are very powerful. If these fellows were to rush into the Star City, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. With them guarding the ferry, under normal circumstances, no void beasts would dare to cause trouble. Yang Kai understood and asked again, "The Great War Heaven you mentioned just now, could it be the Great War Cave Heaven, one of the 36 heavenly caves?" He vaguely saw it in the jade slip given to him by the Great Moon State's disciple Meng Hong. "Yes, and the heavenly temple you went to for the first time. The 2 gatekeepers were also from the Great War Heavens. The people of this place are very easy to recognize. They are like an army and do everything according to military rules. The internal hierarchy is also divided according to military ranks. They are very rigid." Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder that guy just called himself a general." Bai Chi chuckled and said, "A general is a middle-grade heaven splitter. That guy just now should be a great general with the strength of a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Below him are 4th-grade generals, and above them are 6th-grade generals. Above them are marshals and grand marshals. Interesting." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and then changed the topic. "Speaking of which, what kind of force is the First in?" Although he had joined the First in for half a year, he still didn't know which big tree was behind the First in, although he was sure that it was definitely one of those paradise grotto heavens. "You should ask the lady boss." Bai Chi chuckled. Yang Kai glanced at him and wanted to tear his mouth off. While the two were talking, the ship had entered the spirit state where the star market was located. After passing through the clouds, the rich heaven and earth spiritual chi rushed toward them. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. After drifting in the void for so long, he finally arrived at a place like this and felt like he had taken root. The spirit state wasn't very big. Looking down from the sky, one could see the end of it at a glance. It was almost the size of several large cities. However, the entire spirit state was almost filled with all kinds of buildings. The clean and spacious streets crisscrossed like lines on a chessboard. Below them, the lights were waning, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the ground, people were walking shoulder to shoulder. In the sky, there were people flying here and there from time to time. There were also many flying secret treasures of different shapes shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was thoughtful. It seemed that this place didn't prohibit flying. This was very humane. Some places were set up with restrictions, and it was impossible to fly within the restrictions. It would take a lot of time to travel. The ship kept moving forward. After about 5 minutes, the lady boss's voice sounded, "Get off the ship!" Hearing this, the people standing on the deck all flew out. The lady boss's hands changed seals, and the power on her body fluctuated. She made several seals, and the huge ship immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into something the size of a palm and was put away by the lady boss. "Let's go." After calling out, the lady boss directly descended, and the people of the First Inn followed closely behind her. There weren't many people in the First Inn, but there were still about a dozen of them. Except for White Seven, the accountant, and the cook, who Yang Kai was familiar with, the rest were all people who did odd jobs. After all, it didn't take too many people to maintain the operation of an inn. A dozen or so people were enough. Soon, the group landed in front of a shop. The shop didn't have a signboard, and it was in a good location. It was at the intersection of several streets, and there was a lot of traffic. The lady boss looked around and nodded slightly. Then, she lifted her long dress and stepped in. The group followed closely behind her. Immediately, an elderly man came in and cupped his hands. "Yuan Rueda greets the master." This elderly man was in the heaven-opening realm, but his level wasn't too high. Therefore, despite his age, he was still very respectful to the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yuan Rueda said, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first?" "Oh." The lady boss waved her hand and said no need. "Let's do our work first." "Yes, master, please take a seat." Yuan Rueda gestured with his hand. After Madame Lan took a seat, Yuan Rueda took out a jade slip and handed it to Madame Lan, saying, "This is the deed for the shops here. They've all been handed over." The lady boss took it and glanced over it, then put it away. Yuan Rueda took out another jade slip and said, "This is the location of the businesses under those forces, as well as the names of the shops and the distribution of the experts inside." He took out another jade slip and said, "This is all the information about the shopkeepers and workers in those shops." Chapter 3941. The lady boss carefully checked the information in the 2 jade slips behind her and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Rueda said, "It's my duty." The lady boss played with the jade slip and asked, "Where's the original owner of this shop? He didn't let anyone suffer any grievances, right?" Yuan Rueda smiled and said, "I bought his shop at a price of 20% above the market price. That money was enough for him to buy another shop in another place. He couldn't be happier, so how could he be wronged?" "That's good." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Rueda bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll take my leave first and go back to report. Do you want to rest for a night before leaving? I appreciate Master's kindness, but I've already rested here for a few days. It's more important to go back and report." "Then I won't keep you. Old Bai, send him off," the lady boss called out. Bai Chi stepped out with a smile and gestured with his hand. "Please, I'll take my leave." Yuan Rueda bowed and left in large strides. After Yuan Rueda left, the lady boss turned around and looked around. She nodded and said, "This place is not bad." Bai Chi went up and said, "Lady boss, are we going to open a shop here in the future?" "Can't we?" the lady boss replied casually as she strolled casually. Bai Chi's eyes shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, "How can we? As long as Lady Boss is here, it doesn't matter where we are." The lady boss sneered, "Don't think that I don't know that you guys are tired of staying outside. You can't wait to come to this busy city to eat, drink, and play. Let me tell you, you can play, but don't cause me any trouble. Don't delay my work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." "Absolutely not," Bai Chi promised solemnly. Then he turned his head and winked at the chef and the accountant with an excited expression. "There's dust." The lady boss wiped the armrest of the chair, looked at her fingers, and wiped them on Bai Chi's clothes. She made a circle with her small hand. "Find someone to change everything here tomorrow." "Yes." Bai Chi replied respectfully. The lady boss covered her red lips and yawned. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys should also find a place to rest. We'll start work tomorrow." "Lady boss, take care." Bai Chi, the cook, and the accountant stood in a line and respectfully sent him off. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this and hurriedly joined the line. The lady boss gave them a sidelong glance, as if she had already seen through their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked into the inner room and said, "Yang Kai, follow me." White Seven and the others immediately looked at Yang Kai with sympathy. Yang Kai was speechless. He had wanted to take this opportunity to see what Star City was like. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the lady boss? He had no idea what this woman wanted to do. Helpless, they could only watch enviously as Bai Ci and the others walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. With a sigh, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Following the sound, he came to a side room and knocked on the door. "Come in." The lady boss's voice came out. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Inside the side room, 2 maidservants were busy making the bed for the lady boss. To Yang Kai's surprise, the incense bed he saw on the ship was also moved out. "Lady boss, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. In the past few months, he had been getting along well with the lady boss, and this woman had not made trouble for him again. The lady boss sat there and looked up. "Do you have a secret treasure that can hide your body and aura?" Why did she ask this all of a sudden? Yang Kai was puzzled, but this matter could not be hidden from her. The main thing was that the lady boss had already discovered his tracks in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, so it was natural for her to have this inference. So he nodded and admitted it. "Let me see." The lady boss stretched out her hand. Yang Kai took out the shadowless veil and handed it over. The lady boss took it and said with a faint smile, "Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you?" Yang Kai laughed. "That's not necessary, right? How could this thing even enter your eyes?" "That's hard to say," the lady boss said as she lowered her head to examine it carefully, pouring her saint chi into it from time to time. After a while, the lady boss gently nodded. "This thing is quite good. It should be able to completely isolate anyone below the mid-rank splitting the heavens realm. Even if it is a mid-rank splitting the heavens realm, if one does not examine it carefully, they may overlook it." Yang Kai gave her a big thumbs up. The result of this examination was exactly the same as what Du Ruffing had said. It had not been refined, but she had come to this conclusion after just a brief examination. It could only be said that the lady boss's eyesight was quite good. "Your courage is quite big. Back then, you relied on this thing to act recklessly in the Golden Crow Divine Palace?" The lady boss looked at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai sighed. "At that time I had no choice but to do so. It was not my will. After being inexplicably trapped in that passage, everything that happened afterwards was instinctive and not deliberate. Even the Golden Crow corpse was something he had obtained by chance. Do you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, not knowing how to answer such a sudden question. The lady boss played with the shadowless muslin and said, "If you believe me, leave it with me for a while and return it to you later." What does this woman want to do? Although the shadowless muslin was good, it shouldn't be enough to arouse her greed, right? After all, she had seen through the shadowless muslin's concealment ability at a glance, and from the long time they had spent together, the lady boss was not the kind of person who would rob others. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "May I ask what you want to do?" "You'll know when the time comes," the lady boss said, not caring whether Yang Kai agreed or not, directly putting away the shadowless muslin, not giving him a chance to regret. Yang Kai had a toothache. His strength was too low now, and the shadowless muslin was definitely the most useful artifact for him. If it was really taken away by the lady boss, he didn't know where to cry. However, his fist was not as big as hers, so he could only accept it. In any case, he still owed her 10 million, so he could only use it as payment. "This is for you," the lady boss said, taking out a box and pushing it in front of Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "Open it and see for yourself." Since she said so, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the box and looked at it. It was not heavy, nor was it big. It was the length of a chopstick, so he didn't know what was inside. Opening the lid, Yang Kai was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Inside the box was a mask, vivid and lifelike, like human skin. It was a little too exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by an artifact refining master. He reached out and picked up the mask, but it didn't have the slightest weight. The whole mask was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so he vaguely guessed the purpose of this mask. 7 faces. The lady boss folded her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at him with a smile. This artifact is called 7 faces, which means that it can change into 7 different faces. What's more, it can even change a person's breath, voice, and even figure. It can be said to be very mysterious. It's a little thing I got a long time ago. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. A long time ago, he had obtained an artifact that could change one's appearance, similar to a mask, but that thing could only change one's appearance and was very easy to expose, so he hadn't used it many times. But now, this 7 faces could even change one's breath, voice, and even figure, which was a bit amazing. In other words, this thing could really transform a person into a completely different person. This artifact has the same weakness as yours. It can't hide from the prying eyes of those who are too strong. If the other party has a strong enough divine sense, they can also see through it, but it should be able to block the prying eyes of a low-rank heaven splitter. Swallowing his saliva, Kaiyang said in disbelief, "Lady Boss, you are... Take it, your current strength is too low, and you really do need some external protection. How could I accept this?" Yang Kai grinned, but even though he said this, he was reluctant to put it down. The shadowless gauze was already enough to protect him to a certain extent, and if it was supplemented by this 7 faces, there were many things he could do without worry. Although he wanted nothing more than to quickly refine the 7 faces and experience its wonders, Yang Kai still said, "This thing is too precious, Lady Boss. I can't accept it without any effort." The Lady Boss looked at him with a smile. 5 million! Yang Kai was stunned and turned to look at her. "What do you mean?" Why did she suddenly ask for 5 million? The Lady Boss said, "I'll lend this thing to you before you break through to the Heaven Splitter realm. 5 million Heaven Splitter pills." Yang Kai was furious. "You still dare say you're not running a shady shop?" He wanted nothing more than to smash the 7 faces into her beautiful face. Just borrowing it before he broke through to the Heaven Splitter realm actually cost 5 million. Why didn't she just rob him? No wonder she had been smiling at him all this time. It turned out she had been waiting for him here. Just now he had been slightly moved, but now he realized he had been blind. The Lady Boss said, "It's up to you whether you want to lend it or not." Yang Kai angrily placed the box in front of her and turned to leave. The Lady Boss looked at his back, a hand supporting her cheek as she smiled. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed back in and hugged the box to his chest. He glared fiercely at the Lady Boss before leaving once more. The Lady Boss shouted from behind him, 16,200,000! Yang Kai staggered, his mouth filled with bitterness. He had only been in the universe dimension for a short time, yet he had already owed such a large sum of money. Who knew when he would be able to pay it all back? The Lady Boss's unbridled laughter came from behind him, as if she was very happy. His heart filled with bitterness. He found a room in another courtyard and pushed open the door. The room's furnishings were quite good, and it had all the necessary amenities. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to examine the box. Although 5 million was indeed a bit expensive, this 7 faces definitely wouldn't be any less useful than the shadowless gauze. If he used it at the right time and place, it wouldn't be something that could be measured with money. Even though the Lady Boss's heart was as black as charcoal, Yang Kai could only brace himself and borrow the 7 faces. Chapter 3942. After closing the door, Yang Kai took out the 7 faces from the box and carefully stuck them on his face in front of the mirror under the faint candlelight. As if they were nothing, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even after sticking them on, he didn't feel much. However, his appearance didn't change much. After all, he hadn't refined them yet. He turned over and got on the bed, sat cross-legged, calmed his chi, and silently urged his power to refine them. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was refining the 7 faces, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming in his direction. Then the door was pushed open. Bai Chi poked her head out and said, "Boy, it's time to get to work. Come to the front hall." Yang Kai responded, took the 7 faces off his face, put them away carefully and stepped out. After a few days of refining, the 7 faces hadn't been completely refined. For the time being, he couldn't use its effect. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It was a painstaking effort. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. In contrast, Yang Kai was more curious as to why the Lady Boss had taken the trouble to come all the way to Star City. Logically speaking, her first had been destroyed, so she should have rebuilt it on the old site. So why had she come all the way here? However, this wasn't what he needed to care about. Now he was just a waiter of the First Inn. He only needed to listen to the Lady Boss's instructions. When he arrived at the front hall, he found that almost all the people of the First Inn had gathered. He was the only one missing. Yang Kai quickly stood beside Bai Chi and looked around. All the facilities in the front hall had been changed. The tables and chairs were shiny and new. They should have been changed in the past few days. After he stood there, the lady boss gave him a lecture. There was nothing special. It was just that the first inn had been destroyed, and everyone would have to stay here in the future. Although it was a change of location, what they had to do was the same. She hoped that everyone would work hard and work together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then the lady boss asked Yang Kai and White 7 to hang up the sign of the first inn. This was considered the opening of the business. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he saw this. The first inn had such a big name, but no one came to congratulate them. It was quite shabby, but then again, it was probably because the lady boss didn't invite anyone. After all, they had only been here for a few days and didn't have the time to do such things. Moreover, as long as the sign of the first inn hung there, there was no need to worry about not having business. The reputation of the first inn wasn't just for show. This was Star City, a place where people gathered and information traveled quickly. As long as someone wanted to inquire about some secret information, they would definitely come to the first inn. As soon as the sign was put up, a skinny middle-aged man with a wretched face and rat eyes walked in stealthily. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that he could actually see the sign of the first inn in this bustling city. After entering, he looked left and right, and his words were evasive. It wasn't until the lady boss slightly revealed the aura of the lower sixth stage heaven splitter that this fellow finally confirmed it. He asked for a secret room and had a good chat with the lady boss. He didn't know what the lady boss was thinking, but she brought Bai Chi and Yang Kai with her. The person had come to inquire about information, and it wasn't anything too secretive. It was about the whereabouts of a rare treasure. The lady boss told him the information, and the person was ecstatic. He thanked her profusely, and after leaving the reward, he left with light steps. Yang Kai was amazed. He didn't know how much the reward left by the person was, but Yang Kai thought it wouldn't be too little. The first inn could make money by selling information. This business, without any cost, was really enviable. After sending the guest away, the lady boss handed a jade slip to Bai Chi and Yang Kai respectively, and said lightly, "Take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the information recorded in the jade slip was very strange. It seemed to be the name of the shop and then the location of the shop as well as the name and cultivation of the shopkeeper. Thinking of the jade slip that Yuan Rueda gave to the lady boss a few days ago, it seemed that this was the information. Full of confusion, Yang Kai looked at the lady boss and asked, "Who are these people?" The lady boss looked up at him and said, "Like you, they all owe us money." Yang Kai asked curiously, "There are people who dare to owe money to the first inn? Besides, wasn't the first inn in the business of trading information? This business had always been paid in cash. So how could there be people who owed money?" Bai Chi next to him kicked him, and Yang Kai turned his head and said, "What?" The corner of Bai Chi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. The lady boss said angrily, "The destruction of the first inn has something to do with the owners behind them." I said, "None of them can escape." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. "You mean the owners of these shops are the forces that attacked the first inn before?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do we need to do?" "Collect the money." The lady boss tapped her finger on the table and said word by word, 10 million for each shop, and get the money back." Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. The reason why he owed the lady boss 10 million was because he had something to do with the destruction of the first inn. Now, it wasn't too much to ask for 10 million for each shop. But then again, he was just the Emperor realm, and the people who attacked the first inn before were either first-class forces like the Blessed Enclave or second-class forces with middle-ranked Kai Tian in charge. If a little pawn like him went to collect the money, would they care? As if she saw Yang Kai's concern, the lady boss said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. No matter where you go, we'll always be on the side of reason. If they're willing to pay, that's fine. If they don't, I don't mind going to their headquarters. Yang Kai said with a toothache, Lady Boss, if I remember correctly, there were people from a few grotto heavens who were causing trouble at the first inn. Those people, the Lady Boss said. I'll deal with them myself, so you don't have to worry about them. What I'll leave to you are the leftovers. Her phoenix eyes swept over. This matter concerns the reputation of the first inn, so don't mess it up. Don't worry, Lady Boss. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly and won't embarrass you. Bai Qi cupped his hands and said firmly. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The Lady Boss looked at him and said, What about you? She was forcing him to make a statement. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, I'll try my best. I've never collected money before, so I'm not familiar with it. The Lady Boss said, Don't you owe me 16,200,000? How about this? You'll pay back 5% of the money you collected. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. 5% didn't sound like much, but if he could get 10 million, then 5% would be 500,000. On the jade slip that the Lady Boss gave him, there were about 20 shops. If he really collected all of them, it would be tens of millions. Really? The Lady Boss nodded. Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fists. Don't worry, Lady Boss. I'll collect the money even if I have to die. The Lady Boss nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. Go. Yang Kai and Bai Qi turned around together. Both of them were full of murderous intent. Even if there were 10 million people around, they would still go forward. After leaving the secret room, Bai Qi said, When did you get another 5 million? Wasn't it 11,200,000? The 10 million was originally owed, and the 1,200,000 was the cost of the brand of the Heavenly Palace. He remembered all these clearly, so he was a little puzzled by the sudden addition of 5 million. Yang Kai looked around and said, Old Bai, I think we should first discuss how to collect the money. The Lady Boss had called him over alone to lend him 7 faces. Yang Kai felt that it was better not to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Qi said, I had the same idea, even if you didn't mention it. Let's go to my room first. Let's have a good discussion. He pulled Yang Kai's arm and dragged him over. After entering the room, the two of them sat down. Yang Kai said, Have you ever collected money before? Bai Qi shook his head and said, No, it's the first time for a lady to get on a bridal sedan chair. Yang Kai glared at him. You dare to talk nonsense when it's the first time? He even said that he had completed the mission perfectly. Bai Qi looked indifferent. What are you afraid of? The Lady Boss is standing behind us. We'll ask for it first. If we really can't get it back, we'll ask the Lady Boss to do it. I don't think they dare to not give it back. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Old Bai could have this idea, but he couldn't. The Lady Boss had said that he would pay back half of the money he collected. He was still hoping to pay back a little more. If he asked the Lady Boss to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Qi said, No matter what, we still have to be courteous before resorting to force. They are also reputable people, and they might not know what happened before. It's not appropriate for us to suddenly go over and collect the money. You're right. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Well, let's send a greeting card first and explain the cause and effect of the matter in the greeting card. Then, we'll explain the reason for the visit and see if they will cooperate with us before making a plan. That's good, let's do it. If that's the case, we have to ask the Lady Boss for a token. Otherwise, how can they believe that we're from the first inn? This is easy. Let's go to the Lady Boss later. After the discussion, the two of them immediately got busy. They took out blank jade slips and made greeting cards. As they had discussed before, they explained the cause of the matter and the purpose of the visit in each greeting card. They used tactful words and a kind tone. Although they were asking for money, they didn't give people a feeling of disgust. There were 19 shops in Yang Kai's jade slip. Of course, he made 19 greeting cards. The number on Bai Qi's side should be about the same. After they finished, the two of them checked each other and confirmed that there were no problems. After that, they went to look for the Lady Boss together and asked for the first in's token. The lady boss was straightforward and directly gave each of them a palm-sized jade token. It was written with the words "first in" on it. After everything was prepared properly, the two of them immediately left the inn and cupped their hands at each other at the entrance of the inn. They said that they had succeeded and parted ways. It was rather tragic and stirring. Chapter 3943. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Yang leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Yang Kai stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Yang Kai said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to this star market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes." "Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements. Bring him here so I can take a look." Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Yang Kai leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about this star market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it, so he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide, it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Yang Kai looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Yang Kai nervously. Her cultivation was good, and she seemed to be at the peak of the emperor realm, but Yang Kai didn't feel the aura of Tao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Tao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with this star market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Yang Kai looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master!" Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. "Do you know how to get to these places?" The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes." "With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look." "Yes." The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon, she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. "Are you a local?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, "I was born in this star market and have never left." Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, "She'll be the one." Then he flicked 2 heaven opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now." He turned around and gave the woman a look, indicating that she should do her job well. After the waiter left, Yang Kai looked at the woman and said, "Sit down and talk." The woman hesitated for a moment. She probably felt that she was too conspicuous standing in front of Yang Kai, so she thanked him and sat down. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for her and asked casually, "How should I address you?" The woman quickly said, "I am Luo Hai." Yang Kai nodded and introduced himself. My name is Yang Kai. I asked you to come here because I need you to take me to some places. This is not something that can be done in a day or two, so you must be prepared to be on standby at any time while I employ you. Luo Hai hurriedly said, No problem, this mistress is all alone here and has nothing to worry about. I won't be busy with anything else. Yang Kai asked curiously, Weren't you born here? Since she was born here, how could she have nothing to worry about? Luo Hai was a little embarrassed. Although I was born here, I don't know who my parents are. I was raised by someone else. My adoptive mother passed away 700 years ago. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiful person. Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. How do you calculate the remuneration? Yang Kai changed the subject. Luo Hai said, 2 opening heaven pills a day. As she spoke, she carefully looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him frown slightly, she quickly added, 3 pills a day is fine too. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. He frowned not because he thought it was expensive, but because he felt that it was too cheap. Just now he had given the waiter 2 opening heaven pills as a reward. However, when he thought about it, the servants of Kikikyo land only earned 3 opening heaven pills a year. Although there was an additional income, the servants could only earn 20 to 30 opening heaven pills a year. In comparison, 2 opening heaven pills a day for Luo Hai as a guide was not too cheap. The reason why he felt it was cheap was mainly because he had been with the lady boss for a long time recently and owed her 16 million. In front of such a huge number, 2 or 3 opening heaven pills was negligible. 3 opening heaven pills a day. I will be at your beck and call. Luo Hai's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed. Thank you, master. Seeing that Yang Kai's cup was empty, she walked over and filled it with tea. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He felt that this woman had good eyesight and her attitude was quite good. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from her cautious expression, she should be an honest person. He could trust this kind of person. After drinking the tea, the 2 left the tea house. Under Luo Hai's lead, they passed through several streets and stood in front of a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw the words Gathering Virtue Source written on the signboard of the shop. If he remembered correctly, this virtuous gathering origin was a property called the 9-Star Blessed Land. The 9-Star Blessed Land was one of the 72 blessed lands. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived, but since he was already here, he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Ju Di Yuan shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing, but since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. Master, do you want this servant to accompany you? Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time, her expression was somewhat unnatural. No need, you can wait for me outside. Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips. Then I wish Master all the best. She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around, and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. I want to see your shopkeeper. The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in the shop, he was also a person from 9 stars blessed land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai. wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. How could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper. But looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go ask for instructions." Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Zhu Diyuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact, refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, "Shopkeeper invites you in." When the First Inn's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon, he saw the shopkeeper of Zhu Diyuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Chichao lands. He should be a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Chichao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the First Inn was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gong's son." The shopkeeper of Zhu Diyuan was called Gong Sun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the First in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Chapter 3944. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gong Sun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gong Sun Hong said, "This old man has seen Little Friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, Little Friend said you are from the First Inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gong Sun Hong's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan." "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gong Sun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gong Sun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. "Madame Lan is here?" Gong Sun Hong asked again. "Yes." "When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news?" "A few days ago." Yang Kai replied with a smile. The lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the First Inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare. Gong Sun Hong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, "Madame Lan's way of doing things, She is indeed very low profile." It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, "The First Inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, Since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons. Yang Kai chuckled. As a servant, this junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gong Sun Hong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while he said, "This old man doesn't know what little friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 stars, blessed land, started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to reveal that. If shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know, you can just ask the lady boss." Gong Sun Hong smiled and raised his hand. "Have some tea. Have some tea." Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him. "Shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-star blessed land is famous, and the Gathering Virtue Source earns a lot of money every day, so this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight, and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first?" Gong Sun Hong asked curiously, "You're going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "Of course." He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sun Hong was shocked. Could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the blessed lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gong Sun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the blessed lands are of the same breath and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter." Gong Sun Hong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, "The Gathering Virtue Source is such a big shop, it should have a lot of income every year. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the Gathering Virtue Source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible." Gong Sun Hong nodded. "Little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Lan's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate. However," suddenly he changed the topic and said, "That's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-star blessed land will not deny it." He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 stars blessed land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, "Of course, I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper's son to send a message back to inquire." "1 month," Gong Sun Hong said. "I'll give you an answer in 1 month." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun." "Take care, I won't see you out." Gong Sun Hong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her, and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, "My lord, have you settled the matter?" "It's all right." Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. "Let's go to the next inn." He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns, aside from the Judah Origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sun Hong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Yang Kai, but in the end the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Yang Kai ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, The two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going, and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Yang Kai was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Yang Kai. She reached out and waved at him. Yang Kai quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Yang Kai and asked, "How was it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai walked over, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, "The first inn is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us." "Who asked you that?" The lady boss glared at him. "Did you get the money?" Yang Kai put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. "How many did you contact?" "3. All of them said so." The lady boss nodded. "Of course, but the time limit can't be too long." "Don't worry, it's all agreed. 1 month is not too long." "1 month. Okay, you can go to your work." The lady boss waved her hand. "What work?" Yang Kai looked at her, stunned. The lady boss blinked. "You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help." Yang Kai was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. "You what? Hurry up and go. Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself?" Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. After a long time he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, Yang Kai looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Yang Kai was busy all the way until dawn, when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, Yang Kai went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When Yang Kai arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that Yang Kai's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Yang Kai was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Yang Kai did not say much, and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day, he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way, it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Chi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Chi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, Yang Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make Yang Kai spend so much effort, but Yang Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Yang Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the Emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy, and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Yang Kai was curious about something, and asked, "How do people in the Emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts?" He had condensed his own seal in the heavenly void hall. Every great emperor in the star realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Chapter 39:45. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, "Those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Tao seal. Those with inferior aptitude, like me, can only rely on external help." After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Tao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as Great Tao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Yang Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Tao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe, and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the Emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now, it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a Great Tao pill and condense her own Tao seal to advance her martial Tao. However, condensing a Tao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Tao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy? However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang, and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow." Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Nothing, I'm just worried about Master." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a little wine, you won't get drunk. You should go back early." He thought that this woman was quite considerate. "It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time. She added, "It's free of charge." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but it won't delay you, right?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. "No, no, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back." She paused and said, "Where does Master want to go?" "There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there." As she spoke, she blushed. Yang Kai casually asked, "Where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building?" Luo Hai nodded and said, "Master, do you know about the Spring Breeze Drizzle Building?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue. "I've heard about it, but I've never been there." He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. "Master, do you want to go?" Luo Hai inquired. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, I'll just walk around." At this point, he suddenly thought of something. "Right, I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it?" Luo Hai asked, "Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the 4Cs workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look." Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Qinquan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Yang Kai really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the 1,000-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Yang Kai through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the 4Cs workshop. Although it was night time, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, "Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy?" Luo Hai walked out the right time and answered, "My master wants to buy a map of the universe." The maid smiled and said, "This way, please." She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Yang Kai came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, "Introduce them." The maid understood and immediately said, "Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the mini-universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Qinquan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about the middle level and above?" The maid smiled and said, "There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level." Yang Kai asked curiously, "If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level?" "It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The maid said, "Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory or a collection of all the maps of the large territory?" Yang Kai said, "A collection, of course." The maid said, "Then I recommend you buy the high-level map. The middle-level map is fine." Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, it's your choice." "Get me a copy," Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message. Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map. Yang Kai nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "Pour your divine sense into it, and you'll be able to check it." Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it, as instructed, Yang Kai felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red dot constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red dot was marked with the word Star City. Understanding this, Yang Kai knew that this small red dot probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back, and around the Star City, some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Yang Kai soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing, as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Yang Kai estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Yang Kai would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Yang Kai finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount for 150,000. Yang Kai was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated, and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Yang Kai's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Chapter 3946. Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Yang Kai was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much. 10,000 to 20,000. Yang Kai scratched his face, awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now, she still didn't know who Yang Kai was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Yang Kai look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust Master." Since she had already said so much, Yang Kai couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll consider it a loan. I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way, he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned. "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the 4C square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor. Why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then, is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point, she suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand. "Then let's go." He couldn't really wander around here all night. That would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt. "Master, please come with me." Luo Hai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order, and there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luo Hai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luo Hai. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luo Hai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Luo Hai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Master, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luo Hai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, Master. Please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled. "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luo Hai said curiously, "You don't look like one." "Then what kind of person do I look like?" Luo Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble." Yang Kai laughed. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in this star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's smile faded, and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman, who was nervous and reserved when they first met, had such insight. Luo Hai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, "This concubine misspoke. Master, please don't blame me." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force?" Luo Hai smiled bitterly. "There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background. So which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Tao pills and see if I can condense my own Tao seal. If I can reach the heaven-opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Tao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually, when a great Tao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others." Yang Kai nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Tao seal. This was why the great Tao pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. How many great Tao pills do you think you need? At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the confidence to condense my Tao seal. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the great Tao pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day." Luo Hai said, "Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me." She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Yang Kai rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight?" "There's someone here. I can help Master. Call someone over." Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head. "No need." "Okay." Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Kai was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the Grand Sun Primordial Flame. The Grand Sun Primordial Flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 Grand Sun Primordial Flames in his possession, and even 3 Grand Sun Primordial Flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Yang Kai would have thought of a way to sell the Grand Sun Primordial Flame in his possession. That way, he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kei left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of fourth-grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a third-grade force. They didn't even have a fourth-grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time, he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did, he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There are many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kei had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate and innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4 Seas square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name, but Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the 7 openings land was in was called the 7 openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the 7 openings territory was the 7 openings land. There was no one more powerful than it.